keeping it himself. Across the line and into the end zone. Touchdown, Dragons. That's a tight end wide open up the middle. There's the catch and the touchdown. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Pittsburg High School for tonight's SEK League matchup between the Pittsburg Purple Dragons and the Independence Bulldogs. I'm Josh Lettner. Alongside me tonight, Zach Boswell running the camera, pressed into duty tonight. And without him, we wouldn't have a broadcast, so we appreciate Zach showing up for tonight's game. It's on the eve of Christmas break. This will be the final game for the Purple Dragons before the holiday, and then they will be back in action on January 6th. And the Dragon girls dropped Tuesday night's game on the road in Coffeyville, 54-45. The boys picked up a win that night, 61-45, and the boys riding a 4-game winning streak. The girls continue to struggle a little bit down the stretch this season. It's going to be a tough test tonight against some call them 6-0, some call them 5-0. Independence Bulldog team, but nonetheless an undefeated team coming in here tonight to take on the Purple Dragon girls. So Coach Gegg's squad's going to have to play a really good game here tonight to come out with the win. The boys are, like I said, riding a 4-game winning streak. They picked up 3 straight wins on the road at the Trinity Academy tournament in Wichita a week ago, and then a win on the road to start SEK League play Tuesday night against the Coffeyville Golden Tornado. The boys are 4-3, winning their last 4 in a row. They started the season 0-3, bounced back. Indy's boys are 3-2, and they're coming off a 59-51 win last week on Tuesday night, at Labette County High School. We'll talk more about that as we go on. We want to let you know Pittsburgh Sports Live is presented by Crawcan, your community technology partner. Don't get bit by slow speeds and high prices. Get Gigabit, the fastest internet in Southeast Kansas, with Crawcan. To learn more about Crawcan's no-nonsense pricing, check them out online at ckt.net. We'll step away for a quick break. We'll come back and fire up the Community National Bank and Trust pregame show. You're watching Pittsburgh Purple Dragon basketball on Pittsburgh Sports Live.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast Crawcan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the Crawcan. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
Having the right financial partner can make all the difference. Community National Bank and Trust believes banking should do more than just hold your money. We support your goals, simplify your day-to-day, and give you room to grow with quality banking services. Withdraw, transfer, invest, apply for loans, and talk with our banking professionals online, over the phone, or in person. Let Community National Bank and Trust help you build a banking experience that works for you. Community National Bank and Trust, equal housing lender and member FDIC.
Whether you're trying to make the most of the next harvest, navigating a changing business landscape, or planning for the next chapter in your life, the professionals at Prime Accounting Solutions are here to help. With 10 locations, Prime Accounting offers convenient, friendly accounting and tax services at a fair price. Payroll, bookkeeping, business planning, personal tax filing, and more. And now Prime is the place to go for insurance. To find a location near you, go to primeaccounting.net.
Having the right financial partner can make all the difference. Community National Bank and Trust believes banking should do more than just hold your money. We support your goals, simplify your day-to-day, and give you room to grow with quality banking services. Withdraw, transfer, invest, apply for loans, and talk with our banking professionals online, over the phone, or in person. Let Community National Bank and Trust help you build a banking experience that works for you. Community National Bank and Trust, equal housing lender and member FDIC.
Whether you're trying to make the most of the next harvest, navigating a changing business landscape, or planning for the next chapter in your life, The professionals at Prime Accounting Solutions are here to help. With 10 locations, Prime Accounting offers convenient, friendly accounting and tax services at a fair price. Payroll, bookkeeping, business planning, personal tax filing, and more. And now Prime is the place to go for insurance. To find a location near you, go to primeaccounting.net.
Chicken Annie's of Girard is something to crow about. Their family-style restaurant continues a Southeast Kansas tradition with their specialty, fried chicken, plus famous homemade onion rings, chicken and noodles, and so much more. And of course, their delicious homemade pies. Dine in or carry out available. Chicken Annie's of Girard has the best value, flavor, and service in the area. Stop in soon or call for catering. 620-724-4090.
Welcome back to Pittsburg High School. The JV game just wrapped up. The Purple Dragon girls JV team won 36-22 for those of you keeping track at home. And the varsity girls getting set to take on the Independence Bulldogs. Max Preps has Indy's girls at 6-0. Pittsburg coming into the game at 3-4. And like I said before the break, the Dragon girls dropped a game Tuesday night on the road, their SEK League opener, 54-45 at Coffeyville. And looking to bounce back are the Dragons. The Independence girls won Tuesday night 51-25 on the road at Lebec County. And so looking to keep their positive momentum rolling. They got a lot of confidence running into this game. And the Dragon girls going to have their work cut out for them. This is the Community National Bank and Trust pregame show brought to you by Community National Bank and Trust, your neighbors, your partners, and your biggest supporters. From personal and business banking and banking and mortgages to credit cards and investments, CNB has the tools you need with the services you deserve. Equal housing lender, member FDIC. Learn more online at mybankcnb.com. Community National Bank and Trust, where community comes first. So the Dragon girls trying to get back into the winning ways. They went 1-2 at the Trinity Academy tournament a week ago with losses to Wamego and the host school Trinity Academy. They got a win over Cimarron, sandwiched in between those two games. And the Dragons so far this year with wins over Joplin, Shawnee Mission North, and Cimarron. Losses to Webb City, Wamego, Trinity Academy, and Coffeyville. So they're looking to get that righted. On the other side of this pregame show, we're about 20 minutes away from tip-off here in Pittsburgh. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back, get you your keys to your game, your starting lineups as we get closer to tip-off. The Dragons and the Bulldogs coming up on Pittsburgh Sports Live.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the Four-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
Selling equipment can be a hassle. Whether you're needing to replace an old tractor or you're finally getting to retire, the time and energy needed to clean, prep, promote, and sell seems daunting. That's why you need Tyler Jackman and Big Iron Auctions. From one piece to the whole farm, Big Iron Auctions can deliver your items to more than 750,000 registered bidders. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115 or learn more at BigIronAuctions.com.
At Girard Medical Center, our physical and occupational therapy department is dedicated to helping you bounce back stronger. Whether you're recovering from an injury, surgery, or just want to move better every day, From student athletes to seniors, we provide personalized care and expert support right here at home. To learn more about our therapy department and our other services, visit GirardMedicalCenter.com, a proud supporter of the Girard Trojans and your hometown team for health and healing. Rooted in rural, focused on you.
From the phone call to the service call, Roto-Rooter is there with fast and reliable sewer and drain service. From repair and replacement to septic and grease trap pumping, Roto-Rooter is here for you. With video inspections, Roto-Rooter can identify the exact issue to get the repair done quickly and correctly. Complete sewer line repairs or replacements, Roto-Rooter has you covered. Serving Crawford, Bourbon, and Cherokee counties, Roto-Rooter, 620-231-5630.
Welcome back to Pittsburg High School. We're about 15 minutes away from tip-off between the Pittsburg Purple Dragons and the Independence Bulldogs. I'm Josh Leitner. Alongside me running the camera tonight, Zach Boswell. And should have a good one here for you tonight as the Dragons welcome in the undefeated Independence Bulldogs on the girls' side. On the boys' side, Dragons coming in with a 4-3 record, Indy with a 3-2 record. And Dragon Boys riding a 4-game win streak, so there's a lot of confidence coming into this game tonight, but it's going to be a real test against this Independent squad. Dragons 1-0 in league play so far, and then at this rate, they got a real good chance to win the league at 1-0, so I want to keep that going tonight. And like I mentioned earlier, this is the final game for the Purple Dragons before the Christmas break. It's December, 19th today, so we would hope so. Dragons back in action on January 6th when we travel to Parsons to take on the Parsons Vikings. Independence back in action, on the 6th when they take on their in-county rival, Coffeyville, at home in Independence. So usually a bit of a grudge match every time those two schools face off. And if you're out in the wilds of Montgomery County, you should definitely drop in and check that one out. But we thank you for tuning in here tonight. For this one, as the Dragons getting set to take on Independence, guess it's time to give you your keys to the game, brought to you by Vietti Auto Body and Alignment on the corner of 4th and Joplin in Pittsburgh since 1948. With John Holland and Bill Hunt now in the Vietti Alignment shop. If it can be aligned, they'll align it. From golf carts and side-by-sides all the way up to F550s and small buses, they'll get it done. Schedule your appointment by calling Vietti Auto Body and Alignment at 620-231-6230. For the Dragon girls, you got to think that the key to victory tonight against this undefeated squad is to value the basketball, try and limit your turnovers. It's been something that's kind of plagued this team quite a bit this season and has really hurt them at times in ball games. And their defense is tenacious, and most of the time the offense has been pretty solid, but the turnovers usually in transition and half-court offense has really hurt the Dragons this year. So Coach Gegg's squad really trying to focus on limiting those turnovers here tonight against an undefeated Independent squad. So those are your keys to the game. We'll step away for a quick break. We come back, get your starting lineups as we're getting closer to opening tip. Dragons and the Bulldogs coming up on Pittsburgh Sports Live.
Nothing says luxury like a Lincoln. Take advantage of 0% financing for 66 months right now on the all-new Lincoln Navigator. Come see us today at Mike Carpino Family of Ford Lincoln Dealerships, Columbus, Parsons, Pittsburg.
When it comes to having your labs drawn, you have a choice of where to go. For 30 years, MagLab has focused on providing quality lab work that is accurate and timely. MagLab's walk-in service typically gets you in and out in under 5 minutes with same-day results. Locally owned and operated, MagLab takes most insurances, including Medicaid, and has historically had the lowest out-of-pocket prices. So when it comes to having labs drawn, don't be told where to go. Choose for yourself. Choose MagLab.
It's the rush. Every touchdown, basket, goal, or lap is filled with excitement. It's why we love the game. It's why we play the game. It's also why we bet on the game. The rush is why we need a plan to bet responsibly and not lose more than we can afford. Problem sports gambling can ruin the love we have for sports. So know when enough is enough. Know when the game is playing you. Contact 1-800-GAMBLER for help today.
Welcome back to Pittsburg High School. I've been running up and down the stairs like a madman trying to do bookkeeping and whatnot. About 10 minutes away from tip-off here in Pittsburgh between the Purple Dragons and the Independence Bulldogs. Girls will tip at about 6 o'clock, and the boys to follow. This is the second game of the SEK League schedule for the Dragons and their final game before the holiday break. Thank goodness. Whew. And it's been a wild and woolly start to this season. The Dragons with a really breakneck pace up to this point. They started hosting an early season tournament where they hosted Joplin, Shawnee Mission North, and Webb City. And I was talking to Zach before the game. Anytime a Kansas school plays a Missouri school, you can just assume that Missouri school has had about an extra month of practice over the school from Kansas, and that's just KSHA rules versus rules for Missouri, Oklahoma, and basically any other state in the union. And our kids, their practice schedules are cut a little bit short. I don't know if that's for the harvest or for academics or what that is, but most Kansas teams get less practice every year, so that by the time a student is a senior in Missouri, they've had almost an entire extra year of practice over a senior in Kansas, and that's unfortunate for our athletes, but it's the rules that we play by in the state of Kansas. That's not going to be a factor here tonight between the Dragons and the Independence Bulldogs. Dragon girls went 2-1 in their home tournament to start things off, but then dropped 2 out of 3 games in Wichita at the Trinity Tourney, and then fell Tuesday night. I believe it was 34-45. I'm trying to remember correctly. I'm going to flip back a bunch of pages in my scorebook. 54-45, excuse me, to the Coffeyville Golden Tornado on Tuesday night. So the Dragon girls are 0-1 in their SEK League schedule, trying to get that corrected tonight, but they've got their work cut out for them against an undefeated squad from Independence. And we'll see if the Dragons can pull out the win here at home. There's no better environment to try and break a bit of a losing streak than on your home floor, and so the Dragons get a chance at that here tonight. The Independence Bulldogs coming off a win against Lebec County on Tuesday night, 51-25. So that was a bit of a snoozer there in Altamont, but a win nonetheless for Independence. Hopefully these Dragons give them a bit more of a run for their money. You know they're going to be a physical squad. They're going to get after you defensively. It's just a matter of whether the Dragons can get some shots to fall and whether they can take care of the ball tonight. And that remains to be seen. We'll find out here in just a few minutes for the Dragon boys. They dropped their first 3 games of their home tournament, and it looked bleak at times, but you could see improvement over the course of those 3 games. Then they went out to Wichita Trinity and basically turned a corner in that tournament, and the Dragons won all 3 of their games out there at the Trinity tournament, took home the tournament championship, and then kept it rolling Tuesday night with a big win on the road to start SEK League play, 61-45 over Coffeyville. The Dragons 4-3 doesn't sound like that impressive of a record, but if you saw where they were at the beginning of the season and then how they looked Tuesday night against Coffeyville, these boys have come a long way, and Coach Jesse Moss is going to try and keep that momentum rolling with his squad here tonight against a good Independence team. And the boys are coming off of a 59-51 win at Lebec County, or the Independence boys. They're 3-2 on the season. Dragons 4-3. Again, coming off of that almost 20-point or 21-point win on the road at Coffeyville. About 5 minutes away from tip. We'll step away for our final break of the Community National Bank and Trust pregame show. Come back, get you your starting lineups and the opening tip here from Pittsburgh. You're watching Dragon Basketball on Pittsburgh Sports Live.
At GN Bank, we're your neighbor. We see you at the store. We cheer with you at the local football games, serving you with the same friendly faces you have come to know and trust. GN Bank, the best place to bank and borrow.
At Girard Medical Center, our physical and occupational therapy department is dedicated to helping you bounce back stronger. Whether you're recovering from an injury, surgery, or just want to move better every day. From student athletes to seniors, we provide personalized care and expert support right here at home. To learn more about our therapy department and our other services, visit GirardMedicalCenter.com, a proud supporter of the Girard Trojans and your hometown team for health and healing. Rooted in rural, focused on you.
When it comes to having your labs drawn, you have a choice of where to go. For 30 years, MagLab has focused on providing quality lab work that is accurate and timely. MagLab's walk-in service typically gets you in and out in under 5 minutes with same-day results. Locally owned and operated, MagLab takes most insurances, including Medicaid, and has historically had the lowest out-of-pocket prices. So when it comes to having labs drawn, don't be told where to go. Choose for yourself. Choose MagLab.
Hold on. It's monstrous.
With Crawcan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
Welcome back to Pittsburgh High School, getting set for tonight's SEK League matchup between the Pittsburgh Purple Dragons and the Independence Bulldogs. I'm Josh Lettner. Alongside me, Zach, I got it written down here, buddy. Zach Boswell. And let's go ahead and get you your starting lineups for tonight's game. Our starting lineups brought to you by Vietti Auto Body and Alignment in Pittsburgh, the official tire and car care provider of Pittsburgh Sports Live. They're in Pittsburgh on the corner of 4th and Joplin since 1948. Vietti's is Pittsburgh's authorized dealer for Michelin, BF Goodrich, and Uniroyal tires. Plus, they've been the area's top collision repair shop for decades. Schedule your appointment by calling Vietti Auto Body and Alignment at 620-231-6230. All right, let's take a look at tonight's starting lineups first. For the visiting Independence Bulldogs, they'll start number 3, senior Madeline Bashir. Number 5, senior Brooklyn Maddox. Number 11, junior Sarah Veely. Number 13, senior Caitlin Spencer. And number 14, senior Kayla Lemus. And a lot of senior leadership, and that could be a large reason why Independence is undefeated at this point in the season. For the Purple Dragons, they'll start number 2, senior Odessa Reed. Number 4, senior Anna Jorge. Number 11, senior Sophia Hertrich. Number 21, sophomore Angie Miller getting the start tonight for the Dragons. And number 30, sophomore Mackenzie English. Our officials for tonight's game, Dan Shearling, Kenneth Bolt, and Craig Taylor, wearing the stripes tonight for the ball game.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Welcome to Pittsburg High School for tonight's basketball contest between the Independence Bulldogs and your Pittsburg Purple Dragons. At this time, we ask you to please rise. Remove your caps and face your attention to the west side of the gymnasium and the flag of our United States of America as Sullivan leads us in our national anthem.
All right, got you your national anthem. Now they're going to announce the starters of tonight's ball game. We already got you that on the other side of the break. And the only difference in the starting lineup for the Purple Dragons is that Angie Miller will get the start tonight. And Adelie Gober will be coming off the bench for the Dragons. I've dribbled some water on my scorebook. I guess you could say I've got a drinking problem, but I think we're going to be okay. You see Mackenzie English getting introduced here. She led the Dragons in scoring Tuesday night with 15. No other player in double figures, and in fact for the Dragons, no other player sniffing double figures, as we had a trio of players with 3 points, a couple of players with 2 points, and then English with 15. So going to need a little bit more consistent scoring across the roster for the Dragons here tonight, you would hope, if they're going to keep up with this Independence team. Getting set for our opening tip, brought to you by B&B Excavating. The numbers don't lie, dirt's heavy, so trust the guys at B&B Excavating to move what needs moving. Specializing in septic systems, water line install and repair, driveways, rock hauling, and leveling. Call B&B Excavating at 620-724-2735. Odessa Reed to jump it against Kaylee Lemos. And we're underway here in Pittsburg. Independence with the ball after a scramble after the tip. This is Maddox with it, working against Miller into the corner to Bashir. Picks up her dribble, her pass deflected by Reed. Miller's going to come away with the loose ball for the Dragons. And then she's fouled in the open floor. And there was a duo of Bulldogs that ran into her out there. I think they got the foul on Madeline Bashir. That's her first team foul against Independence. Jorge to inbound from in front of the Bulldog bench. Now the Dragons with their first offensive possession of the night. Miller dribbles to the elbow, hands off to Hertrich, who then walked with it, and will give it right back to Independence. The Dragons have been plagued with turnovers this year, and it's not any one type of turnover. It's a full cornucopia. And we saw a little bit of it there with the travel by Hertrich as he had a hard time with the handoff as Independence gets it quickly down low to Kaylee Lemos. She has the first bucket of the game, and the Bulldogs out to a 2-0 lead. Miller to Reed to English. Good ball movement by the Dragons to answer right back, and we're tied at 2. 7:10 to play first quarter. Again, we're having trouble with our scoreboard camera. Apologies for that. I'll give you time and score as often as I can throughout the game. Tied at 2, 7 minutes to play first quarter. Independence with the ball. Spencer had it up top. They try to get it down low to Lemos, but Reed got a foot on it and Pele'd it out of bounds. It'll stay with Independence. Maddox to inbound on the baseline, looking around now over the middle. Shot on the way, no good for Lemos. And Jorge comes away with the rebound for the Dragons. They'll slow it down up the floor. Miller driving to her left, picks up her dribble, gives it up to Hertrich. Sophia hands off to English. English into the corner to Jorge, who walked with it. You got to dribble before you move the feet. And that's turnover for the Dragons, their second of the night on 3 possessions. And Independence will have it back with Bashir to inbound from the near side. Gets it into Maddox. Maddox with it, working to her right. Cross-court pass to Veely, excuse me. Now Maddox with it at the elbow. Everybody backs off. She'll turn around, take the shot. And the rebound initially came down to Reed. Then she got tied up with Spencer. And they're going to have a held ball. It should favor Pittsburg, and it does. Full court pressure being applied by the Bulldogs. Hertrich to inbound from the Dragon baseline. Gets it into Reed. Odessa pumps the brakes. Then cross court to Miller, who gets it across the timeline. And loses a dribble. English ends up with it. Gets it to the elbow to Reed. She's double teamed, has it stripped away. Now in a scrum after it. And the held ball this time favors Independence. So that's another turnover by the Dragons. 3 out of 4 possessions so far in this game have ended in turnovers. Maddox will handle it up the floor for Independence. We're tied at 2. 5:47 to play first quarter. Been a lot of action, not a lot of buckets. Trying to get it down low, and again off the foot of English, and so the kick ball will keep it on this end of the floor with Independence. Maddox will inbound from the baseline. And up top to Bashir, back on the near side. Deflected, but handled by Maddox. Down low, and a foul on the shot as English, I think, got Bashir, got Veely a little bit with the body because the block looked clean, but there was contact and it was with the body. And so that's McKenzie's first team foul on the Dragons. Veely at the line for the first time tonight. First shot off the back iron. Gober will check into the game for the Dragons, replacing English, who will sit with one foul. Second shot also off the back iron, tipped around, rebound controlled by Jorge. Good job of getting it to Gober before she crossed the timeline, avoids the backcourt. Now Jorge with it, top of the key, picks up her dribble, gives it up to Hertrich, who walked with it but got away with it. Gives it up to Miller. A little quick handoff to Jorge. Miller down low to Odessa Reed, puts it on the floor, middle of the lane. Shot is good, and the foul. First bucket of the night for Odessa Reed, and she has a chance for a three-point play. Dragons leading it now 4-2 with 5:01 to play, first quarter. Free throw high off the glass. Banks open for Odessa Reed. She's got 3 points. Dragons lead at 6-2 or 5-2, excuse me. Maddox with it. Cross court over to Brashear. Looking down low, now gets it back to Maddox in the corner. Cross court to Lemus, excuse me. A shot from the corner rattles around and off for Veely. It's tipped out of bounds, and it will be Dragon ball. Good defense by the Dragons have really stymied this Independence offense thus far. Hertrich gets it into Miller, ahead to Jorge, to Reed on the blocks. Odessa loses her dribble and then loses it out of bounds. Independence ball, turnover number 4 on the Dragons. And you see that they're capable of scoring the ball. It's just a matter of avoiding the turnovers. They'd likely have a double-digit lead here. Pass almost stolen away, ends up on the far side in the hands of Bashir. She almost loses it. Now Hertrich trying to take it away from her. It's a held ball. It should favor Pittsburgh, and it does. Well, English back into the game. Odessa Reed will sit with 3 points. Miller gets it on the inbound. Her pass deflected, but Hertrich comes away with it. Tries to get it ahead to Gober. She has to chase it down in the corner, but does. Now gets it to Mackenzie English. English goes to work into the lane, kicks out to Miller, who almost walked with it. There's a lot of happy feet before the dribble for these Lady Dragons, and then Hertrich does exactly that and gets the travel call, and the Dragons turn it over for the 5th time. 3:51 to play, first quarter. Dragons leading at 5-2, and they've turned the ball over 5 times. So doing pretty good for that. Independence has turned it over twice. Both of those off of a held ball. High shot on the way, no good for Bashir. Rebound comes down to English, and she'll handle it up the floor for Pittsburgh. English right down the lane, steps through off the glass, no good. Rebound comes down to Lemus. And quickly back the other way comes Kaylee. Lost her dribble, got it back. They get it down low. A foul on the shot by Spencer. And I think they're going to get Miller with this one. And that's Angie's first. Second team foul on the Dragons. Both teams with 2 team fouls in this quarter. Of course, the new Keisha rule is that 5 team fouls in a quarter and you're in the bonus. It resets every quarter. Spencer at the line, first shot rattles off, no good. That was close. second shot off the mark to the left. English with the rebound for the Dragons. 0 for 4 from the charity stripe are the Bulldogs so far tonight. Into the corner to Gober, thought about a three, now thinks better of it. Back out to English, or I'm sorry, to Miller. Now Kendall Elkamil, who just checked in, she'll throw it away. And a foul after the turnover, so a little bad on top of bad there for the Lady Dragons. And that's English's second, and that's really, if you got to keep her out of foul trouble if you're the Dragons, and fouls on the wrong end of the floor are what McKenzie needs to avoid. We saw her have some trouble with that out in Wichita. And we got a full timeout on the floor. We'll take it. Oh, it's a 30 second. We'll stay here. Didn't he signal full and then signaled 30? Yeah, no. It's a full 30 seconds. No more, no less. 3:05 to play, first quarter. Dragons leading it 5-2. We're in a 30-second timeout. The Dragons have turned the ball over 6 times so far tonight. And if they take better care of the basketball, they could have a significant lead right now over Independence. But it's the same issue that really this squad's had all year. And it's just not sharp passing is most of it, and traveling violations. But they're playing good defense. They're rebounding the ball well. And they lead it here tonight 5-2. Independence will have the ball coming out of the timeout. Maddox will handle it up the floor for them. I saw this Independence squad last year at the Burlington tournament when I was covering Girard. And Maddox really stirred the drink for them in the games that I saw in that tournament. And apparently this year she's got a little bit more help from her teammates. And they're off to a undefeated, some may call it 5-0, others call it 6-0 start, depending on what your source you're looking at. Reed got double teamed, kicks it out. Jorge missed everything with that three-pointer, may have got the backboard a little bit. Comes down to Veely, and now Maddox handles it up the floor. Cross-court pass to Bashir. Into the corner to Lemus. They'll work it back around the horn to Maddox. She'll take it. No good off the back iron. A battle for the rebound. It's a held ball. It should be Independence ball. I can't see the arrow, but it is Independence ball. I got a laptop screen between me and the possession arrow, so I'm just doing it by memory. Hertrich checks into the game, replacing Jorge. Maddox to inbound. Her pass deflected, but able to chase it down with Spencer. Nice feed inside to find Spencer. It's her first bucket of the night. And it's a 1-point Dragon lead with 2 minutes left, and they turn it over on the inbound. And Independence gets back. They back off Maddox. She'll take the three. Off the back iron, no good. Rebound Lemus, and the putback is good. So the Dragons can't box Lemus out. She gets the rebound and the putback. And Coach Gegg not real happy with the last possession. So there's a timeout right now. I didn't see if it was a full or a 30. And it's a 30. We'll stay right here. Thanks, Zach. I'm glad Zach's watching this game. It's just the occasional mental lapse defensively that costs the Dragons on that end of the floor, and then just a bevy of turnovers basically eliminate their offense before it even gets started. And that's a real problem for this squad as they play good defense. And there's another deflected pass and another turnover. Shot on the way from Maddox, no good. Rebound Lemus, no good. Gets her own rebound again, has it stolen away from her by Miller, who gives it up to Elkamil. That's just the third turnover of the night for Independence. Now on the offensive end are the Dragons, looking down low for Odessa Reed, off the glass and good. Reed's got 5 points, and Dragons back in front, 7-6, a minute 19 and counting to play in this first quarter. Maddox with it for Independence, gets it near side to Veely. Cross court to Bashir, shot on the way, no good, short. Rebound Hertrich. Her outlet pass is deflected and turned over. And Independence with it. Maddox off the glass, no good. Battle for the rebound, and Reed comes away with it for the Dragons. El Camille ahead to Miller. Now they get it across the timeline. Hand off to Gober. Back out to Miller. She'll drive baseline. Shot is up and good for Angie Miller. Her first bucket. Dragons lead by 3. 36 seconds and counting to play first quarter. Maddox with it, working against El Camille. Lost her dribble, but tracks it down. Trying to get it down low to Lemus. Deflected outside. Shot no good for Veely. And the rebound tracked down by Hertrick. And Miller is fouled coming up the floor. They are going to whistle this one on Lemus. Could be a little bit of a frustration because she had a couple good looks at it there. Couldn't get it to go. Did Kaylee Lemus. And that's just the third team foul, so we're going to get out of this quarter without anybody being in the bonus. Dragons inbound. Gober with it. Into the lane goes Adderley. Too much traffic down there and throws it away. Turnover number 10 in this quarter. It'll stay with the Dragons on a held ball, so that's not a turnover. It's just they're just playing with 9 right now. El Camille will inbound from the baseline. Not a lot of motion as she tries to get it in to Reed. There's your 10th turnover. And Veely with it. She loses it, but off the hands of Gober, it'll stay with Independence. Maddox to rebound, or to inbound, excuse me. Gets it in, wide open layup for Caitlin Spencer as nobody covered her under the bucket on the inbound, and it's a 1-point game after 1. We'll take a quick break and we'll be back. You're watching Dragon Basketball on Pittsburgh Sports Live.
At GN Bank, we're your neighbor. We see you at the store. We cheer with you at the local football games, serving you with the same friendly faces you have come to know and trust. GN Bank, the best place to bank and borrow.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the Four-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
After 1, the Dragons leading the Independence Bulldogs by the slimmest of margins, 9-8. Leading scorer for Pittsburgh is Odessa Reed. She's got 5. English and Miller with a bucket each. Independence with the ball to start the second quarter. Maddox with it, working off a screen. Her pass deflected by Jorge, and it's out of bounds, and it will be Dragon basketball. Turnover number 4 for the Bulldogs. We'll get it into Kendall Elkamil. Working against Maddox. Elkamil down the lane, high off the glass, no good. Rebound Reed. Her putback is good, and the foul. 7 points for Odessa Reed, and the Dragons lead at 11-8. 7:43 to play, second quarter. They got Bashir with that one. That's her second. First team foul of the second quarter on Independence as Reed trying to complete the three-point play. High, arcing free throws, good. 8 points for Odessa Reed. Dragons lead it by 4. As the clock runs under 7:35 to play first quarter. Quickly down low to Lemus. Dragons, I don't know how you lose her in the middle of the lane, but Lemus wide open. That's her second bucket. And the lead down to 2. Jorge with it. Back out to Gober, mishandles the pass and loses it. quickly back the other way. Off the glass and good for Veely, and that's part and parcel why you got to take care of the basketball if you're the Dragons. It ends up with 2 easy points coming the other way. Reed to down low to Jorge, out to Hertrich. Now she picks up her dribble, needs some help, gives it off to Gober. Gober's in trouble, about to get it ripped away from her. There's a held ball, and it should stay with the Dragons. Hertrich out. Miller back into the game. Elkamil to inbound, gets it into the corner to Hertrich. She'll pull the trigger on a 3, way too strong. Rebound comes down to Maddox, and Elkamil, luckily she didn't get an over the back foul there on Maddox. They're trying to get it down low. That pass off the mark. Odessa Reed comes away with it for the Dragons. That's turnover number 5 on Independence, but the Dragons unfortunately leading in that category, 11-5. Into the corner to Hertrich. She'll take another 3. This one too short. Off the iron, rebounded by Elkamil. Back to Hertrich. Now Elkamil with it. Back to Sophia. Dragons look a little indecisive here as that one's poked away. Sophia chases it down on the out of bounds line, has it ripped away from her by Lemus. And now a shot from Maddox from 3, no good. Rebound comes down to Jorge. Anna gives it up to Angie Miller, who will handle it up the floor. Offense has not looked good for the Dragons the last few times down the floor. Elkamil with it. Thought about a 3, but Maddox right there in her face. Gives it up to Miller after some contact. Angie picks up her dribble, gives it to Jorge. Into the corner to Hertrich, driving baseline. Nice look to find Odessa Reed. Off the glass and good for Reed, and gives the Dragons a 2-point lead. 5:28 to play. Pittsburgh leading it 14-12 in this first half. Maddox near side for Bashir. I'm sorry, that was Veely. Into the corner to Lemus. Now back to Maddox on the baseline. Down the lane, no good. Rebound comes down to Hertrich. Sophia almost lost it, but gives it up to Angie Miller. Miller handling it up the floor. Backs down in the lane at the elbow, needs some help. Gives it up to Elkamil, driving baseline. Kendall has it poked away and loses it out of bounds. That's unfortunately turnover number 13 on the Dragons here in this first half, but they lead it 14-12 with 4:52 to play second quarter. Maddox handling up the floor, working off a screen from Lemus. And we're going to get a moving screen call against Caitlin Spencer for Independence. Oh, I'm sorry, Lemus got the foul. That's good news for the Dragons. That's her second. If you can get Lemus and Maddox in foul trouble for Pittsburgh, you're in business. Miller handles across the timeline for the Dragons, working off a screen from Reed, drives down the lane, gives it up to Elkamil. Back down the lane to Reed, had it poked away. It should stay with the Dragons, but nope. Oh yes, it is going to stay with the Dragons. Miller to inbound. 4:31 to play first half. Dragons leading by a bucket, 14-12. Miller to inbound, got to get it in. Over the top to Reed. Odessa, her shot blocked, gets it back, puts it on the floor again, right down the lane, and good. 12 points in this first half for Odessa Reed. Dragons lead at 16-12. Mackenzie English has spent most of the first half on the bench with foul trouble. That pass too high for the intended receiver, Mia Cope, who just checked into the game. Miller will handle it up the floor for the Dragons after the turnover. Picks up her dribble, and that's a troublesome pass, but Miller gets it right back and is fouled, bringing the ball up the floor. I got that one on Mia Cope. That's her first. Just checked into the game. That's one way to get in the scorebook. Miller with it now. Dragons leading at 16-12. 3:52 to play first half. Out to Elkamil. She'll pull the trigger on a three from straight away. Long rebound. They're going to get foul on Jorge over the back of Maddox. And Anna looks like jammed her finger a little bit. That's one of the dangers of basketball right there. She's shaking it off. She's going to be fine. Maddox handling up the floor for Independence. 3:40 and counting left to play. Dragons by 4, 16-12. Maddox down the lane, loses her dribble. Now there's a scrum on the floor for the ball. Held ball will favor Independence, and it will stay on this end of the floor. They'll get it in. Now this is Veely with it up top, looking, surveying the floor. Middle of the lane to Spencer. She kicks it out to Cope, who hits, was that a three? Hits a three. So Cope coming off the bench, providing some big outside shooting. There's another turnover by the Dragons. That's number 15. And then a traveling violation by Veely. We'll give it right back to Pittsburgh. That's the 8th turnover on Independence. So some full court pressure being applied by the Bulldogs. Elkamil is going to break it, get across the timeline, where in the half court they're playing a 2-3 zone. Jorge in the middle of that zone, off the glass and good. Ana Jorge's first bucket of the night gives the Dragons a 3-point lead, 18-15, 2:54 to play first half. This is Brooklyn Maddox with it. Cope again for three, and Briley Mantus out there guarding her. She's got to get a hand up in the face of that shooter. 6 quick points for Cope, and they're with Independence within one. Mantooth down the floor, misses the layup in front of the bucket, and had a good look at it. Here comes Independence back the other way. Off the glass, no good, but they get the rebound. Maddox with it, and that's going to be, are they going to call a block? Yep, they're calling a block against the Dragons. That one will go against Jorge. Maddox at the line for the first time tonight. First shot is good. Gober, Hertrich, and Lainey Trissler check into the game for the Dragons. Second shot, no good. Long rebound tracked down by Hertrich. And now Elkamil will handle up the floor. We're tied at 18, 2:17 to play first half. Hertrich gets it over to Trissler. Now back around the horn. Gober with it. And that little handoff from Gober has been broken up 3 or 4 times tonight. And it's not a very good high percentage pass. The shot is good on the other end. That is Haley Maddox. They get that foul on Trissler. Lemos back into the game for Independence, replacing Spencer. This is Haley Maddox's first trip to the line. She completes the 3-point play. Now the Dragons trailing by 3, 21-18. Turnovers, turnovers, turnovers. Dragons have 16 of them in this first half. On pace for about a 32 turnover game. Gober with it, gets it out to Hertrich, almost walked with it. Now she's into the lane with it, kicks it out. Shot on the way, no good. Rebound Elkamil, put back way too strong. And Independence comes away with it. This is Maddox, Brooklyn Maddox that is. She gets it down to Lemus in the lane. Turnaround jumper is good. Got to get a hand up. 6 points for Kaylee Lemus. And the Dragons, who were in control of this game for most of the first half, have seen it slip away. Quickly down the floor the other way, Kendall Elkamil has her first bucket of the game. pulls the Dragons back within 3 with 1:12 to play. First half, Dragons trailing it 23-20. Veely with it, guarded by Gober. To the elbow. Outside, they'll kick it around to Cope. Dragons out there to put a hand in her face this time. Lemus with it in the corner. Back out to Maddox. Way off the mark. Lemus, though, right there for the rebound and the putback. Lemus has 8 points, most of them on second chance points or wide open layups in this first half. And Independence by 5, 25-20. Under 40 seconds to play first half. Adelie Gober handling for the Dragons. Picks up her dribble. Now she's called for a double dribble. Well, mark that off your bingo card. Dragons trailing by 5, turn it over to Independence. Maddox with it for Independence on the offensive end. Bashir with it now on the wing, kicks it into the corner to Veely. She'll put it on the floor working against Hertrich. Kicks it out to Veely, back to Maddox, far side to Cope. Her shot missed everything. Hertrich comes down with the rebound. Gober handling it up the floor. Hertrich down the lane, off the glass, won't go. And that's going to do it for the first half. Dragons led it until the last couple minutes of that second quarter, and it slipped away. They trail it 25-20 at the break. We'll step away and be back with the GM Bank Halftime Show. You're watching Dragon Basketball on Pittsburgh Sports Live.
At GN Bank, we're your neighbor. We see you at the store. We cheer with you at the local football games, serving you with the same friendly faces you have come to know and trust. GN Bank, the best place to bank and borrow.
Hold on. It's monstrous.
With Crawcan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
At Girard Medical Center, our physical and occupational therapy department is dedicated to helping you bounce back stronger. Whether you're recovering from an injury, surgery, or just want to move better every day. From student athletes to seniors, we provide personalized care and expert support right here at home. To learn more about our therapy department and our other services, visit GirardMedicalCenter.com, a proud supporter of the Girard Trojans and your hometown team for health and healing. Rooted in rural, focused on you.
From the phone call to the service call, Roto-Rooter is there with fast and reliable sewer and drain service. From repair and replacement to septic and grease trap pumping, Roto-Rooter is here for you. With video inspections, Roto-Rooter can identify the exact issue to get the repair done quickly and correctly. Complete sewer line repairs or replacements, Roto-Rooter has you covered. Serving Crawford, Bourbon, and Cherokee counties, Roto-Rooter, 620-231-5630.
When it comes to having your labs drawn, you have a choice of where to go. For 30 years, MagLab has focused on providing quality lab work that is accurate and timely. MagLab's walk-in service typically gets you in and out in under 5 minutes with same-day results. Locally owned and operated, MagLab takes most insurances, including Medicaid, and has historically had the lowest out-of-pocket prices. So when it comes to having labs drawn, don't be told where to go. Choose for yourself. Choose MagLab.
It's the rush. Every touchdown, basket, goal, or lap is filled with excitement. It's why we love the game. It's why we play the game. It's also why we bet on the game. The rush is why we need a plan. A plan to bet responsibly and not lose more than we can afford. Problem sports gambling can ruin the love we have for sports. So know when enough is enough. Know when the game is playing you. Contact 1-800-GAMBLER for help today.
Welcome back to Pittsburg High School. We're at halftime of the girls matchup between the Pittsburg Purple Dragons and the Independence Bulldogs. At the half, the Dragons trailing it 25-20 to Independence, and the Dragons led it for most of the way in that first half. But, man, it's hard to hang on to any lead when you commit 17 turnovers in a half, and that's what the Dragons did. And just kind of slipped away from them, led to some easy buckets on the other end for Independence. And, of course, the Bulldogs also got some really good offensive rebounding out of Kaylee Lemus, and it resulted in some easy layups for Lemus. And the Dragons find themselves down by 5 at the half. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the scoring totals from this first half. This is your Kanar Eye Care Eye on the Game. It's brought to you by Kanar Eye Care as we take a look back at the first half. Kanar Eye Care is here to make sure you can see what you're looking at. Kanar Eye Care, with locations in Pittsburg and Girard, is here to help their valued customers. Learn more at KanarEyeCare.com. All right, for the Independence Bulldogs, they're led in scoring by Kaylee Lemus. She's got 6. Mia Cope has 6. Or excuse me, she has 8. Mia Cope has 6 on 2 3-point buckets in that second quarter. She was in the game for a grand total of about 2 minutes and ended up dropping 2 3-point buckets. Caitlin Spencer has 4. Haley Maddox with 3. Brooklyn Maddox with just 1 on 1 of 2 from the free throw line. And Sarah Veely with a bucket to round out the scoring for Independence. Dragons led in scoring by Odessa Reed. She had a really good first half with 12 points, but unfortunately, she's alone in that category, as the rest of the Dragon team with just 8 points, a bucket each for Anna Jorge, Mackenzie English, Angie Miller, and Kendall Elkamil, and that's all the scoring for the Pittsburgh Purple Dragons in that first half. But really the story for Pittsburgh this week, last week, and all the way this season has been turnovers, not taking care of the basketball. And they would have the lead at this point if they just can cut out maybe a third of their turnovers. And not the case, though. They trail it by 5 here at the break. You can see the boys out there warming up on the floor. Dragon boys at 4-3. They've got a 4-game winning streak going. They had won 3 in a row out at the Wichita Trinity Academy tournament last week, and then picked up a win Tuesday night on the road at Coffeyville for the first game of the SEK League schedule. Trying to keep it going here tonight against a 3-2 Independent squad. Indy coming off of a 59-51 win on the road at Lebec County High School. Their 2 losses this season are 72-54 loss to Mulvane, and then an 82-41 loss against Wichita Collegiate. And both of these teams have a couple of lopsided losses on their record, but the Dragons, since a rough 0-3 start to the season, which saw a couple of lopsided losses, have won 4 games in a row, looking to keep it going here tonight on their home floor, move to 2-0 in the SEK, which is important as well. And Independence looking to move to 1-1 in SEK League play. This is the final game for both of these teams before the holiday break. The Dragons will come back, both of these teams will come back and play on January 6th. The Dragons on the road at Independence, or I'm sorry, the Dragons on the road at Parsons. Independence will be at home against Coffeyville. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back with more of the GN Bank halftime show. You're watching Dragon basketball on Pittsburgh Sports Live.
Thanks to your support, Kanar Eye Care has expanded. With double the space, they offer more exam rooms, larger optical selection, and extended hours to fit your schedule. And with the latest technology, they can quickly diagnose any eye-related issues. All patients are welcome at Kanar Eye Care, the clear choice for your family's vision.
It's a bird.
It's a plane.
It's Chicken Annie's Girard. When you're facing a chicken emergency, there's only one hero. Catering and carry out from Chicken Annie's Girard. When an onion ring craving is too much to bear, when the family's coming over and you weren't aware, it's Chicken Annie's Girard to the rescue. When there's 20, 30, 100 to feed, you need Chicken Annie's Girard indeed. A heroic value, superb flavor. When there's a chicken emergency, there's only one hero. Chicken Annie's Girard.
Having the right financial partner can make all the difference. Community National Bank and Trust believes banking should do more than just hold your money. We support your goals, simplify your day-to-day, and give you room to grow with quality banking services. Withdraw, transfer, invest, apply for loans, and talk with our banking professionals online, over the phone, or in person. Let Community National Bank and Trust help you build a banking experience that works for you. Community National Bank and Trust, equal housing lender and member FDIC.
Whether you're trying to make the most of the next harvest, navigating a changing business landscape, or planning for the next chapter in your life, the professionals at Prime Accounting Solutions are here to help. With 10 locations, Prime Accounting offers convenient, friendly accounting and tax services at a fair price. Payroll, bookkeeping, business planning, personal tax filing, and more. And now Prime is the place to go for insurance. To find a location near you, go to primeaccounting.net.
I was raised in a small town, and there was a lot of people who took time to invest in me. And so when we decided to open up our offices, we want to make sure that we're pouring back into the community that's giving to us. We care. We want to be involved. We want to have a passion for what you have a passion for. We want to be able to give back. And that's the foundation. That's why we're more than just insurance.
Welcome back to Pittsburg High School. One half in the books. Dragons trailing it 25-20 at the break to the Independence Bulldogs. Dragons looking to move to 500 with a win here tonight, but if they're going to do that, first they got to make up a deficit, and the best way to do that for Pittsburg would be to take care of the basketball when you got it. They've forced 8 or 9 turnovers on their own here in this first half, but they've committed 17. Going to try and get that corrected here in the second half. Dragons with the ball to start the third quarter. Kinsey English with it, driving, loses her dribble, gives it up to Sophia Hertrich. Out to Angie Miller, who drives into traffic. Pitches it off to English, into the corner to Jorge, double dribbled, and turns it over for the Dragons. Independence with it now, leading by 5, 7:38 to play third quarter. Bulldogs leading the Dragons 25-20. This is Brooklyn Maddox with it. Over to Veely, up top to Lemus, back around to Maddox. Looking down low, surveying, now should go to work against Angie Miller, driving and turns it over. Trying to get it to the outside, but Hertrich gets a hand on it. Now the Dragons with it offensively. English thought about a three, drives in the lane, kicks it back out to Jorge. Swinging around the horn to Miller. She thought about a three, now dribbles into the corner and back out. And Dragons will try and reset offensively with Jorge at the top of the key. Back to English. The Dragons have an advantage inside, but have had trouble getting the ball inside as it's stripped away from Hertrich. Now Independence on the offensive end. Wide open shot for Bashir. Off the mark. Rebound comes down to Maddox. And her putback is good. And the Dragons tonight not doing a great job of boxing out. That's 3 points for Brooklyn Maddox. But a lot of second chance opportunities. And a foul bails out English on the offensive end. She dribbled into some traffic. Got tied up, but a little too much grabbing by Lemus. That's her third. So Lemus will sit, and Mia Cope back into the game, which means the Dragons need to keep an eye on her on the perimeter. Lemus more of a threat down low. Miller with it, top of the key, working, trying to get it out to English. Does for three, but way off, missed everything, and that's going to turn it over to Independence. That's turnover number 20 tonight for the Dragons. 27-20, Independence leading. Dragons start the first half off with a couple of turnovers, and it's allowed Independence to build on what was a 5-point halftime lead. Brashear with it, back up top to Maddox, working against Miller, kicks it over to Bashir, passed up a open look for three because hasn't really had the range. And that time Spencer gets away from English and open right under the bucket for an easy two. Miller gets it over to Reed, off the glass and good for Odessa Reed. She's got 14 points. She's the bright point tonight for the Dragons. So they lead back down to 7. Bashir with it, picked up her dribble, looking for help, gets it over to Veely. Into the corner to Cope, down low, they're trying to get it to Maddox. Lost it, got it back, and a timeout called by Coach Bryson Bird to maintain the possession. It's a full timeout, we'll take it as well. 5:10 to play third quarter, Dragons trailing by 7, 29-22. You're watching Dragon Basketball on Pittsburgh Sports Live.
Nothing says luxury like a Lincoln. Take advantage of 0% financing for 66 months right now on the all-new Lincoln Navigator. Come see us today at Mike Carpino Family of Ford Lincoln Dealerships, Columbus, Parsons, Pittsburgh.
When it comes to having your labs drawn, you have a choice of where to go. For 30 years, MagLab has focused on providing quality lab work that is accurate and timely. MagLab's walk-in service typically gets you in and out in under 5 minutes with same-day results. Locally owned and operated, MagLab takes most insurances, including Medicaid, and has historically had the lowest out-of-pocket prices. So when it comes to having labs drawn, don't be told where to go. Choose for yourself. Choose MagLab.
$5:10 to play third quarter. Dragons trailing it by 7, 29-22 to the Independence Bulldogs. Independence called the timeout. They'll have the ball coming out of it. Looks like Brooklyn Maddox will inbound from the Bulldogs baseline. Dragons need to make sure no easy layups off this inbound. As they get it in over the top to Spencer. Her shot no good. Long outlet pass ahead to Hertrich. Her layup no good. Reed right there for the rebound and the putback. 16 points for Odessa Reed, and the lead is down to 5. Maddox handle it up the floor for Independence. Miller cuts her off. Ahead to Bashir, now back to Maddox. That's Miller continuing to pester her on the outside. And it's a good strategy. Bashir guarded by Hertrich. Picks up her dribble, now has to go somewhere with it. Dragons don't pick up the cutter. Veely gets it in the lane. Her shot no good, but the ball tipped around, loose ball. And it should be Dragon ball by way of the possession arrow. No, okay. It's gonna stay with Independence. Again, I can't see the arrow. There we go. So again, Maddox to inbound, gets it into Spencer. Bashir back to Maddox in the corner. Had it stripped away. That's a shot clock violation. 10th turnover of the game on Independence. Unfortunately for the Dragons, it's a blowout in that category. Pittsburgh doubling up Independence on the turnovers. As the Dragons get it in, Miller with it, working against Veely. Angie changing directions, zigzagging up the court. She'll give it up to Jorge at the free throw line. Shot on the way, no good for Anna. Did a good job to avoid an over the back foul on the rebound. Comes down to Bashir for Independence. Now Maddox with it, and she'll dribble it back out. Cross-court pass, almost picked off, but shot on the way, no good. Battle for the rebound as English is going to pick up her third as she got boxed out by Spencer. And that's English's third. We'll see if Coach Gegg is going to let her stay or pull her out of the game. It looks like there's nobody. Well, Mantooth and Gober are set to check in after this first free throw. We'll see who they substitute. Spencer's shot is good. English will sit along with Miller, and now we got Gober and Mantooth back into the game for the Dragons. So the 5 on the floor for Pittsburgh: Hertrich, Reed, Jorge, Mantooth, and Gober. Spencer's second free throw upcoming. And she's good. It's both. 8 points for Caitlin Spencer. And all of it happening in the lane as she's been a force in there for Independence tonight. Dragons haven't been able to keep her away from the bucket. Get it into Mantooth. Outlet pass ahead to Jorge off her shin. Shovel pass to Reed. Nice little shimmy in the lane. The bucket is good, and the foul. Odessa Reed playing a great game tonight. She's got 18 points. Spencer picks up the foul. That's her first. And Reed steps to the line to try and complete her third three-point play of the night, and she does. 19 points for Odessa Reed, and the lead is back down to 4. Dragons need to stop. Maddox with it, almost dribbled off her leg. Now she gets it over to Veely, driving baseline. She's fouled by Hertrich. And it's one of those situations where you're better off to let them go than to foul them on a wing and a prayer shot attempt. So Hertrich bails out Veely, picks up her first. And now Independence to inbound from the baseline. Maddox throwing it in. Gets it into Spencer in great position. Her shot deflected by Jorge, and Reed comes away with it. Long outlet pass to Gober. Over to Hertrich, streaking down the floor off the glass and good. First bucket of the night for Sophia Hertrich. Good ball movement that time by the Dragons, and that forces Bryson Bird to take a timeout as Independence's lead was as many as 9. Now it's down to 2. Dragons trailing 29-31, and it's a full timeout. We'll take it as well. Oh, looks like, yeah, a full timeout. I didn't see it. We'll just stay right here just in case. The Dragons have gone on a bit of a run here in this third quarter, outscoring Independence 9-6 thus far. And they've turned the Bulldogs over a couple of times, and the transition passing over the last few minutes has looked sharper for the Dragons, and that's good news. Their defense has been there all night. It's just a matter of taking care of the ball on the offensive end and in transition, so it's encouraging to see the Dragons doing a better job passing the ball in the open floor. Independence with the ball. And we're back underway. 3:12 and counting, third quarter. Dragons trailing by 2, 31-29. There's a foul way on the outside by Ana Jorge. Just too much hand check in there on the outside. You can't do that. And that's Ana's third. And so fouls start to pile up on the Dragons. English with 3, Jorge with 3, and really nobody else with more than 1. So, but they are a couple of key defenders for the Dragons. Jorge will sit. Angie Miller back into the game for Pittsburgh. Veely to inbound on the far side with Hertrich guarding her. Into Maddox, long 3 on the way, nobody in her face, and Maddox hits the 3. 6 points for Maddox, 5 of those coming in this third quarter. Miller almost has it poked away, but gets it back. Working against Maddox, picks up her dribble, now needs some help. And Hertrich there to get a little handoff. Hertrich down the lane, off the glass and good. 4 points for Hertrich, all in this quarter. Lead back down to 3. Quickly down the other way is Veely. Kicks it out to Cope, and you gotta keep a hand in her face, as I think Cope just hit another 3-pointer. No, it looks like it was a 2, a long 2. She wants to shoot it from the outside, and you can't let her have a clean look. Miller gives it up to Gober, free throw line, lobs one up, no good. Rebound, Brooklyn Maddox, and no rebounders under the bucket that time for the Dragons. And easy rebound for Maddox. Kicks it over to Veely. Around the horn, it ends up back with Maddox on the near side, down to Spencer on the blocks. working against Odessa Reed, just throws one up, but gets her own rebound, and the putback is good. And Spencer has been a force under the bucket for Independence, and you can tell that's probably their recipe for success, is to just keep feeding her under the bucket. She can miss, gets her own rebound, is good on the putback, and Independence back up by 7. And just some defensive lapses by the Dragons have allowed some pretty easy buckets in this third quarter for Independence. And in the first half, the defense was really pesky. That time, Gober fouled going through the lane. It's going to be whistled on the floor, not a shooting foul. And they whistled Veely with that one. That's her first, I believe. Nope. Scorekeeper says second, so I'm going to go with that. Bashir into the game, replacing Cope. Gober to inbound from the baseline for the Dragons. Gets it into Odessa Reed. Reed up top to Hertrich. Mantooth, she'll take a high arcing three, way off the mark. It went high off the board. Maddox quickly ahead to Bashir. She'll take it off the glass, no good. Rebound Hertrich, she's fouled under the bucket. I think they're going to get this one on Veely, and that would be her third. And one more foul in the next minute, and the Dragons will be in the bonus. Not a lot of time to be in the bonus, but see if Pittsburgh can make up some ground that way. Hertrich to inbound, gets it into Gober. Now Elkamil handling up the floor, being guarded by Bashir. Kendall picks her dribble up at the wing, gives it up to Mantooth, who walked with it. A lot of traffic, a lot of contact out there. And another turnover by the Dragons. They haven't turned it over in a while, so we were due. Pittsburgh trailing 38-31, under a minute to play third quarter, 46 seconds and counting. Get it down low to Spencer, tipped around. She gets it back, throws it outside to Morgan McLennan, who just checked into the game. That's number 4 out there. McLennan with it right now. Shoved from behind by Elkamil, and that's going to be a easy foul call against Kendall. It's Kendall's first. They'll get it in over the top to Bashir. Over to Maddox. She'll take another 3 off the mark. And Independence able to come up with a loose ball on the rebound. Shot is up and good for McLennan, who just checked into the game. That's her first bucket. And the lead back to 9, matches the highest margin of the night for Independence. Under 10 seconds now for the Dragons. Gober picks up her dribble. Gives it up to Elkamil. She'll try a 3 off the mark. Rebound Jorge out to Gober, her 3 no good, and that's going to do it for the third quarter. Dragons trailing it 40-31 after 3. We'll take a quick break and we'll be back. I didn't realize our video had frozen. We'll try and get that fixed during the break. You're watching Dragon Basketball on Pittsburgh Sports Live.
At Girard Medical Center, our physical and occupational therapy department is dedicated to helping you bounce back stronger. Whether you're recovering from an injury, surgery, or just want to move better every day. From student athletes to seniors, we provide personalized care and expert support right here at home. To learn more about our therapy department and our other services, visit GirardMedicalCenter.com, a proud supporter of the Girard Trojans and your hometown team for health and healing. Rooted in rural, focused on you.
Having the right financial partner can make all the difference. Community National Bank and Trust believes banking should do more than just hold your money. We support your goals, simplify your day-to-day, and give you room to grow with quality banking services. Withdraw, transfer, invest, apply for loans, and talk with our banking professionals online, over the phone, or in person. Let Community National
Visit GirardMedicalCenter.com, a proud supporter of the Girard Trojans and your
Welcome back. We got our video up and going again. Independence with the ball coming out of the break. They're leading the Dragons 40-31 here at the beginning of this fourth quarter. Quickly back down the other way. Adelie Gober on the break. She gets her first bucket of the night. And the lead is down to 7. 7:20 to play in the ball game. Dragons trailing 40-33. This is Bashir on the other end for Independence. Into the corner, they get it down low to Caitlin Spencer. She's been a force down low all night and continues to be as she gets her shot up and over Mackenzie English. She's got 12 points, and the lead is 9. On the other end, English answers right back. That's just Mackenzie's second bucket of the night. She's got 4 points, and the Dragons trim the lead back down to 7, but you got to get some offensive stops, which means keeping Spencer off the blocks. And Dragons steal this one away. Hertrich comes away with it, jumped into that passing lane, but now you got to get it up the floor against some pressure from Independence. 6:33 to play in the game. Dragons trailing by 7. Gober picks up her dribble, gets it to English on the blocks, working against Maddox. Off the glass and good for Mackenzie English. She's got 6 points. Quick 4 points in this fourth quarter. The lead is 5. Dragons need another stop. 6:12 to play. Independence leading 42-37. Maddox working against Miller. Tries to kick it outside and does. Open shot for Bashir. Off the mark. Long rebound tracked down by Haley Maddox. Now back to Spencer. Going to work. Kicks it back out to Maddox. Haley, that is. Gives it up to Brooklyn Maddox. Now Spencer with it, going to work in the lane, high off the glass, no good, but right there for the rebound is Morgan McLennan. Nobody boxed her out. She's fouled. The foul's going to go against Gober. And the Dragons get caught watching the ball and not boxing out there. And that's going to send Morgan McLennan to the line to shoot a pair. She's got 2 points tonight. Misses the first one off the front iron. 5:40 to play. Dragons trailing it by 5, 42-37. Odessa Reed back into the game along with Kendall Elkamil. Gober and Hertrich will sit for the Dragons. McLennan's second shot off the back iron. Rebound tipped around, controlled by English. So 2 missed free throws. That's as good as a stop if you're the Dragons. She gives it off to Miller. Hands it off to Elkamil. Kendall driving. A lot of contact. And the shot is good for Elkamil. Kendall's got 4. And the lead is 3. 42-39 for Independence. 5:18 to play in the game. And how is that not traveling? Maddox threw it and was the first player to catch it. And their coach calls a timeout. That's wise, but the officials missed one there. It will stay with Independence. There's a timeout on the floor. Full timeout. We'll take it as well. Dragons trailing 39-42. 5:12 to play. You're watching Dragon basketball on Pittsburgh Sports Live.
You've heard go big or go home. At Big Iron Auctions, you can go big from home. With thousands of pieces of equipment, active auctions, bidding at your convenience, and an easy-to-use site, BigIronAuctions.com can help you grow big. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115 to see how Big Iron Auctions can help grow your operation. Bid now, list now at BigIronAuctions.com.
Hold on. It's monstrous.
With Crawcan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
.5:12 to play. Dragons trailing by 3, 42-39 to the Independence Bulldogs, and it's kind of been a game of streaks, and the Dragons on a bit of a run right now. Independence with the ball coming out of the timeout. Bashir with it. guarded by Elkamil. Kicks it into the corner to Lemus. She'll put it on the floor, gives it up to Maddox. Weird reverse layup she lost it, I think, and it ends up in the hands of the Dragons. Back the other way. Reed with it. She's fouled, and this time the shot doesn't fall, but the foul is going to be whistled against Lemus, and I think that's 4 on Lemus if I'm scoring properly, which I rarely am. It is. How about that? And Reed will step to the line to shoot a pair. She's 3 for 3 from the stripe tonight. And as soon as I say that, she misses everything. So the announcer curse is alive and well. Bend the knees, bend the knees. Second shot off the front iron, but Reed gets her own rebound. And then is whistled for a double. Don't you have to dribble once to have a double dribble? That was her first dribble. Oh, well. Dragons turn it over. And Independence with it, leading by 3. 4:47 and counting left to play in the game. Brooklyn Maddox with it, guarded by Jorge. Gets it to Spencer, way outside of her comfort zone. Now this is Bashir with it. Out to Veely. And you can tell the pressure a little bit on this Independence squad as they get it down to Spencer, but poked away by English. Spencer gets it back, saves it in bounds, but right to Reed. So Independence turns it over. Can the Dragons get some points out of this? Reed with it, gives it up to Jorge, back up top to Elkamil. Driving, her shot deflected off the mark, and it comes away to Spencer for Independence. Not a turnover, but not a very pretty possession for the Dragons, as we're under 4 minutes to play, and Dragons have been trailing by 3 for a minute. Wide open shot for Bashir, way off the mark. And a loose ball comes down to Jorge. I don't know if you call it a rebound. And her pass off the mark intended for Reed, and then Odessa is going to be whistled for a pushing foul. And it's just not a good pass. And if the Dragons just calm down a little bit, she wasn't guarded. There's no need to force that pass. Slow it down a little bit offensively and take care of the basketball, and maybe you get a good shot. But instead, they rush it, turn it over. Turnover number 24 for the Dragons, unofficially. Brooklyn Maddox working against Anna Jorge. To the elbow, down low to Spencer, middle of the lane. This shot no good. Rebound English ahead to Jorge. Off the glass and good is Anna. Her first bucket of the second half, and the lead is 1 for Independence. Can the Dragons close the gap? Almost another turnover as it's tipped by Jorge, but Maddox chases it down. Now to Bashir, guarded by Hertrich. Trying to get over the top to Maddox, and she does. Brooklyn operating with it, working off a screen from Spencer. That pass off the mark. Spencer saves it in. Past 2 Dragons. It ends up in the hands of Maddox, and she hits a three-pointer. Oh, my goodness. Man. Dragons really had a shot at that one. Nobody could get the ball. It ends up in Maddox's hands, and, of course, she drains an open three-pointer. Jorge on the drive. The bucket's good, and the foul on the other end. Dragons trying to answer back, and how big would a turnover there have been for Pittsburgh if they could have come up with that ball. But Jorge on the other end gets the bucket and the foul. Odessa Reed will sit. And Asiana Hutchinson into the game for the first time tonight for the Dragons. She's a spark, a sophomore, but a lot of energy is a fearless play for Hutchinson as Jorge completes the three-point play. She's got 7 points and the lead back down to 1. Can the Dragons get a stop here? Lemus with it, back up top to Maddox, working against Jorge, and Anna got her with the body. That's her 4th. And if you expect her to stop doing that, don't hold your breath. She's a physical defender. And again, they get it down low to Lemus in the lane. Turnaround jumper, no good. And English with the rebound for the Dragons. Long outlet pass ahead to Hertrich. Off the glass, no good. And man, that's and then Hertrich commits a foul on Spencer on the other end. Hertrich just hasn't looked in sync or comfortable all night. She had a streak in there where she got a couple open layups in the first half, or I'm sorry, in the third quarter. But that time just rushed down the floor and unable to connect on the layup. Down on the other end is Veely with it. Kicks out, wide open three for Lemus. Can't get it to fall, and ball comes away to English, and she's fouled. They're going to whistle this one on Bashir. That's her third. Really needed that to be on Spencer, but, but it's on Bashir. Hertrich will sit. Reed into the game for the Dragons. So Hutchinson, Miller, English, Jorge, and Reed are the five on the floor right now for Pittsburgh. Miller handling up the floor, guarded by Veely. Angie dribbles into traffic, gives it back up to Jorge. Now to Hutchinson, gives it to English. Thought about a three, over the top to Reed. Forces it up, won't go. Lots of black jerseys. Reed's knocked down by Spencer. No whistle, and Independence comes away with it. Down on the other end, wide open layup for Spencer is good. And the Dragons didn't get back down on the floor on defense fast enough. Maybe because they were getting up off the floor. But there's a timeout for the Dragons. Full timeout, minute 11 to play. Dragons trailing by 3. We'll step away for a quick break. You're watching Dragon Basketball on Pittsburgh Sports Live.
At GN Bank, we're your neighbor. We see you at the store. We cheer with you at the local football games, serving you with the same friendly faces you have come to know and trust. GN Bank, the best place to bank and borrow.
When it comes to having your labs drawn, you have a choice of where to go. For 30 years, MagLab has focused on providing quality lab work that is accurate and timely. MagLab's walk-in service typically gets you in and out in under 5 minutes with same-day results. Locally owned and operated, MagLab takes most insurances, including Medicaid, and has historically had the lowest out-of-pocket prices. So when it comes to having labs drawn, don't be told where to go. Choose for yourself. Choose MagLab.
.111 to play. Dragons trailing by 3, 47-44 to the Independence Bulldogs. Independence undefeated coming into this game. Dragons trying to give them a run, and they are thus far. Pittsburgh's had lots of opportunities, but haven't either gotten the ball to go into the bucket when they really need it to, or haven't been crisp with the passing. And that's really been the difference here for Independence, is Caitlin Spencer's been a force in this game inside. Kaylee Lemos was big in the first half and is yet to score in the second half for Independence. Miller pulls up for a three off the mark. Only black jerseys under the bucket as Maddox comes away with it for Independence. She'll get it ahead to Veely. Into the corner, needs help, kicks it back out to Maddox, guarded by Miller. Maddox will put it on the floor to free throw line. Her pass outside to Lemus, tipped by Elkamil, but Kendall can't come up with it. And it'll stay with Independence. Maddox, 9 seconds on the shot clock. Somehow Jorge lost her. She's alone in the lane, is going to get bailed out by a foul. Not very shifty on the outside is Maddox, but somehow Jorge lost her on the outside, and now it's going to result in a foul. It'll stay with Independence as Maddox to inbound, gets it into Spencer. Now to Bashir. We'll put it on the floor, back to Maddox. Cross court, and a foul by Jorge. That's just doesn't make any sense to foul in that situation. The shot clock's winding down. The ball's way out beyond the three-point line, and you foul. Not a good foul. And that's going to now, the Dragons' Independence is now in the bonus. And that'll send Veely to the line, and the Dragons just making this uphill battle that much steeper by senselessly fouling. And now Independence is going to be at the free throw line from here on out, as Veely hits the first free throw. How close it was for the Dragons. And now it's starting to slip away. Veely misses the second. 4-point game. Dragons got to get a bucket. Haven't scored their last 4 or 5 times down the floor. English pulls the trigger on a 3, way short. Rebound comes down to Hertrich, but she's fouled. I don't know. McKenzie might say that was a lob pass, but it looked like a shot. Hertrich will head to the line to shoot a pair. Bashir picks up her 4th. With 7.1 seconds left to play, it doesn't really matter. Hertrich got to hit these free throws, and the Dragons need some sort of miracle to get back into this one. We're losing our video somehow, and she hits the first. We're going to go through some of this equipment here over the holiday break and try and get all this stuff sorted out for y'all. Apologize, and thanks for sticking with us through it. Hertrich off the back iron, no good. And there's a foul. And it's going to send somebody from Independence to the free throw line. Foul's on Hertrich. That's her 3rd. And that'll send Brooklyn Maddox to the line to shoot a pair. Maddox 1 of 2 from the stripe tonight. First shot off the back iron, no good. Both of them. She missed both of them, but then tracks down her own rebound. And is fouled on the outside by English. That's 4 on English. That'll send Maddox back to the free throw line. Dragons haven't looked very good rebounding the ball tonight, and there's another example right there, as the shooter shouldn't probably track down her own rebound in the corner, but that's what we just had happen with Maddox as she hits the first. Second shot no good, but the rebound tipped out of bounds. They're going to say last touch by the Dragons. It looked like Bashir had touched it, but the ref certainly had a better angle than I do. And it will stay. Lemus will inbound it for the Bulldogs over the top to Maddox as she dribbles into the corner. And that's going to do it. Dragons fall 49-45. Pittsburg girls fall to 3-5 on the season. Indy's girls improved to 5-0 or 6-0 or 7-0, depending upon which source you're looking at. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back with the post-game show / boys pregame show. Get you your scoring totals as we look forward to the nightcap tonight. Dragon Boys taking on Independence on the other side of this break. You're watching Dragon Basketball on Pittsburgh Sports Live.
Whether you're trying to make the most of the next harvest, navigating a changing business landscape, or planning for the next chapter in your life, the professionals at Prime Accounting Solutions are here to help. With 10 locations, Prime Accounting offers convenient, friendly accounting and tax services at a fair price. Payroll, bookkeeping, business planning, personal tax filing, and more. And now Prime is the place to go for insurance. To find a location near you, go to primeaccounting.net.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the 4-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
Selling equipment can be a hassle. Whether you're needing to replace an old tractor or you're finally getting to retire, the time and energy needed to clean, prep, promote, and sell seems daunting. That's why you need Tyler Jackman and Big Iron Auctions. From one piece to the whole farm, Big Iron Auctions can deliver your items to more than 750,000 registered bidders. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115 or learn more at BigIronAuctions.com. From the phone call to the service call, Roto-Rooter is there with fast and reliable sewer and drain service. From repair and replacement to septic and grease trap pumping, Roto-Rooter is here for you. With video inspections, Roto-Rooter can identify the exact issue to get the repair done quickly and correctly. Complete sewer line repairs or replacements, Roto-Rooter has you covered. Serving Crawford, Bourbon, and Cherokee counties, Roto-Rooter, 620-231-5630.
Nothing says luxury like a Lincoln. Take advantage of 0% financing for 66 months right now on the all-new Lincoln Navigator. Come see us today at Mike Carpino Family of Ford Lincoln Dealerships, Columbus, Parsons, Pittsburg.
Welcome back to Pittsburg High School. Dragon girls fall to Independence 49-45 in a game the Dragons really controlled for much of the first half. Then it slipped away with some turnovers at the end of that second quarter. The Dragons never able to regain the lead or catch up through the second half, although they kept it close with Independence, kept the heat on them for most of that second half, but unable to close the gap, and they fall 49-45. Dragon girls fall to 3-5 on the season. Indy's girls improved to 6-0 or 7-0, depending upon the source that you trust. Both teams back in action coming up January 6th. Pittsburgh at Parsons. Independence hosts Coffeyville. Let's take a look at some of the scoring totals for that girls game before we start looking ahead to the boys game coming up here in about 15 minutes. Dragons led in scoring by Odessa Reed, has her best game of the season by far. She has 19 points. She had 12 at the half, added another 7 in that third quarter, but scoreless in that fourth quarter coming down the stretch. But a 19-point night is a good one for Odessa Reed, but not a lot of help from the rest of that Dragon roster. Anna Jorge with 7. Mackenzie English finished the night with just 6 points. Sophia Hertrich with 5. Angie Miller with 4. Anna Jorge with 7. And Adelie Gober with a bucket to round out the scoring for the Dragons. For Independence, they're led in scoring by Caitlin Spencer, who was a force under the bucket, especially in that second half. She just had 4 of her 14 points in that first half, 10 points in the second half, and she really helped Independence keep the Dragons at arm's length for that second half. She leads the team with 14 points. Brooklyn Maddox had 10, 9 of them coming in the second half. Kaylee Lemus finished with 8, all of those in the first half, and Mia Cope with 8 points. Haley Maddox and Sarah Veely with 3 points each, and Morgan McLennan with a bucket in the third quarter to round out the scoring for Independence. So the Bulldogs remain undefeated, and the Dragon boys out on the floor warming up along with the Independence boys. We'll step away for a break. We'll come back, fire up the Community National Bank and Trust pregame show, and start talking boys basketball on the other side of this break. You're watching Dragon Basketball on Pittsburgh Sports Live.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast Crawl Can's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the Crawl Can. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
Having the right financial partner can make all the difference. Community National Bank and Trust believes banking should do more than just hold your money. We support your goals, simplify your day-to-day, and give you room to grow with quality banking services. Withdraw, transfer, invest, apply for loans, and talk with our banking professionals online, over the phone, or in person. Let Community National Bank and Trust help you build a banking experience that works for you. Community National Bank and Trust, equal housing lender and member FDIC.
Whether you're trying to make the most of the next harvest, navigating a changing business landscape, or planning for the next chapter in your life, the professionals at Prime Accounting Solutions are here to help. With 10 locations, Prime Accounting offers convenient, friendly accounting and tax services at a fair price. Payroll, bookkeeping, business planning, personal tax filing, and more. And now Prime is the place to go for insurance. To find a location near you, go to primeaccounting.net.
Having the right financial partner can make all the difference. Community National Bank and Trust believes banking should do more than just hold your money. We support your goals, simplify your day-to-day, and give you room to grow with quality banking services. Withdraw, transfer, invest, apply for loans, and talk with our banking professionals online, over the phone, or in person. Let Community National Bank and Trust help you build a banking experience that works for you. Community National Bank and Trust, equal housing lender and member FDIC.
Whether you're trying to make the most of the next harvest, navigating a changing business landscape, or planning for the next chapter in your life, the professionals at Prime Accounting Solutions are here to help. With 10 locations, Prime Accounting offers convenient, friendly accounting and tax services at a fair price. Payroll, bookkeeping, business planning, personal tax filing, and more. And now Prime is the place to go for insurance. To find a location near you, go to primeaccounting.net.
Chicken Annie's of Girard is something to crow about. Their family-style restaurant continues a Southeast Kansas tradition with their specialty, fried chicken, plus famous homemade onion rings, chicken and noodles, and so much more. And of course, their delicious homemade pies. Dine in or carry out available. Chicken Annie's of Girard has the best value, flavor, and service in the area. Stop in soon or call for catering. 620-724-4090.
At GN Bank, we're your neighbor. We see you at the store. We cheer with you at the local football games, serving you with the same friendly faces you have come to know and trust. GN Bank, the best place to bank and borrow.
At Girard Medical Center, our physical and occupational therapy department is dedicated to helping you bounce back stronger. Whether you're recovering from an injury, surgery, or just want to move better every day. From student athletes to seniors, we provide personalized care and expert support right here at home. To learn more about our therapy department and our other services, visit GirardMedicalCenter.com, a proud supporter of the Girard Trojans and your hometown team for health and healing. Rooted in rural, focused on you.
When it comes to having your labs drawn, you have a choice of where to go. For 30 years, MagLab has focused on providing quality lab work that is accurate and timely. MagLab's walk-in service typically gets you in and out in under 5 minutes with same-day results. Locally owned and operated, MagLab takes most insurances, including Medicaid, and has historically had the lowest out-of-pocket prices. So when it comes to having labs drawn, don't be told where to go. Choose for yourself. Choose MagLab.
Hold on. It's monstrous.
With Crawl Can's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
Dragon girls dropped what was a pretty close game for much of the night, a 49-45 tilt to the Independence Bulldogs. Dragon girls fall 3-5. Indies girls remain undefeated. Well, we're on to the boys game. Pittsburg boys coming into tonight's game 4-3, and you may say that's not a great record, but they were 0-3 to start the season. They've won their last 4 ball games. So this is a team that's been building confidence over the last week and a half, getting set to take on a 3-2 Independence team. The Bulldogs coming off a 59-51 win at Labette County on Tuesday night. Dragons defeated Coffeyville 61-45 Tuesday night. So both teams with a win to start their SEK League schedule. This is the final game for both of these teams before the holiday break. Both of them back in action on January 6th. Dragons will travel to Parsons to take on the Vikings. Independence will host the Coffeyville Golden Tornado. We're about 7 minutes away from tip-off. We do want to let you know that Pittsburgh Sports Live is presented by Crocan, your community technology partner. Don't get bit by slow speeds and high prices. Get Gigabit, the fastest internet in Southeast Kansas with Crocan. To learn more about Crocan's no-nonsense pricing and multi-gig internet, check them out online at ckt.net. This is the Community National Bank and Trust pregame show brought to you by Community National Bank and Trust. Your neighbors, your partners, and your biggest supporters. From personal and business banking to mortgages, credit cards, and investments, CNB has the tools you need with the service you deserve. Equal housing lender, member FDIC. Learn more online at mybankcnb.com. Community National Bank and Trust, where community comes first. We're about 6 minutes away from tip-off. We'll step away for our final break of the pregame show. We come back, we'll get you your starting lineups and tip-off from here in Pittsburgh. The Dragons and the Independence Bulldogs coming up on the other side of this break. You're watching Dragon Basketball on Pittsburgh Sports Live.
Nothing says luxury like a Lincoln. Take advantage of 0% financing for 66 months right now on the all-new Lincoln Navigator. Come see us today at Mike Carpino Family of Ford Lincoln Dealerships, Columbus, Parsons, Pittsburgh.
When it comes to having your labs drawn, you have a choice of where to go. For 30 years, MagLab has focused on providing quality lab work that is accurate and timely. MagLab's walk-in service typically gets you in and out in under 5 minutes with same-day results. Locally owned and operated, MagLab takes most insurances, including Medicaid, and has historically had the lowest out-of-pocket prices. So when it comes to having labs drawn, don't be told where to go. Choose for yourself. Choose MagLab.
It's the rush. Every touchdown, basket, goal, or lap is filled with excitement. It's why we love the game. It's why we play the game. It's also why we bet on the game. The rush is why we need a plan. A plan to bet responsibly and not lose more than we can afford. Problem sports gambling can ruin the love we have for sports. So know when enough is enough. Know when the game is playing you. Contact 1-800-GAMBLER for help today.
Welcome back to Pittsburgh High. Getting set for the boys matchup tonight. The nightcap between the Dragons and the Independence Bulldogs. I'm Josh Lettner, alongside me Zach Boswell, and let's go ahead and talk some starting lineups tonight Your starting lineups are brought to you by Vietti Auto Body and Alignment on the corner of 4th and Joplin in Pittsburgh since 1948, since Dewey beat Truman. Oh, hey, we'll stop this. Sure. All right. We'll let you off the hook. Coach Gegg graciously coming up for an interview, but we're getting ready for starting lineups of the boys' game. We'd love to talk to her, but gosh darn it, scheduling, you know. All right, so where were we? These are your starting lineups brought to you by Vietti Auto Body and Alignment on the corner of 4th and Joplin since 1948 with John Holland and Bill Hunt now in the Vietti Alignment Shop. If it can be aligned, they'll align it from golf carts and side-by-sides all the way up to F550s and small buses. They'll get it done. Schedule your appointment by calling Vietti Auto Body and Alignment 620-231-6230. Forced for the Pittsburgh Purple Dragons. They'll start number 1, senior Danny Durden. Number 2, senior Caden Navaratnam. Number 4, junior Jamarcus Davis. Number 11, junior Landon Jesse. And number 20, senior Malachi Meadows. For the visiting Independence Bulldogs, they'll start number 1, a 5'9 senior guard, Spencer Crane. Number 2, a 5'10 junior guard, Javen Colbert. Number 3, a 6-foot junior guard, Heston Smith. Number 12, a 6'2 senior, Kellen Lanning. It says guard, I doubt it, probably more of a forward. And number 23, a 6'2 senior forward, Cayman Sprague. And talking to Coach Moss Tuesday night after the Coffeyville game, he said that Javen Colbert, according to some sources, is considered to be one of the best players in the entire league. So the Dragons going to have to try and keep a lid on him tonight. And I'm sure everybody who plays Independence tries to keep a lid on him. So good luck. We are about a minute away from the introduction of the starting lineups here in Pittsburgh. And then after that, our opening tip-off. This seems like an ideal time to let you know that our opening tip is brought to you by B&B Excavating. The numbers don't lie, dirt's heavy. It's just science. So trust the guys at B&B Excavating to move what needs moving. Specializing in septic systems, water line install and repair, driveways, rock hauling and leveling, call B&B Excavating, 620-724-2735. We'll turn it over to the public address announcer for the starting lineups.
Dragons. At this time, we ask you to please rise, remove your caps, and face your attention to the west side of the gymnasium and the flag of our United States of America as Adeline Sullivan leads us in our national anthem.
Natalie Spencer with our national anthem. Sounded great. I'm also a part-time music critic, if you were wondering. Now for the starting lineups, and we'll hand it back over to the public address announcer.
And now it's time for our starting lineups in alternating fashion. First, for the Bulldogs. At guard, 5'9" senior, number 1, Spencer Crane. And for the Purple Dragons, the forward number 6'3" senior, number 1, Danny Durden. For the Bulldogs, at guard, 5'10" junior, number 2, Javen Colbert. And for the Purple Dragons at guard, 5'9" senior, number 2, Caden Navaratnam. For the Bulldogs, at guard, 6' junior, number 3, Heston Smith. And for the Purple Dragons at guard, 5'9" junior, number 4, John Marcus Davis. For the Bulldogs, at guard, 6'2" senior, number 12, Kellen Lanning. And for the Purple Dragons at guard, a 5'10" junior, number 5, Zane Miller. For the Bulldogs, the forward, a 6'2" sophomore, number 24, Ian Martinez. And for the Purple Dragons at guard, a 5'10" senior, number 20, Malachi Meadows. Head coach for the Bulldogs is Brett Smith. And head coach for your Purple Dragons is Jason Hawes.
All right, there's your starting lineups, and I know I've belabored the point, but the Dragons coming in on a 4-game winning streak, and anytime you got a 4-game winning streak, you shout it from the mountaintops. And the Dragons coming off a really impressive 61-49, or 45 win, on the road at Coffeyville on Tuesday night. And what was most impressive for the Dragons, got 3 guys in double figures. Jamarcus Davis with 20 points, a great game for Jamarcus, but Caden Navaratnam scored 18 points, 15 of them in the second half to really help the Dragons keep the Golden Tornado at arm's length and come away with the victory. Zane Miller with 14 points, and again, 12 of those coming in the second half. So those 2 guys were really important for Pittsburgh down the stretch to get that win in Coffeyville, and hopefully we can get multiple guys in double figures again here tonight against Independence. But most importantly, you got to try and keep a lid on number 2, Javen Colbert, for Independence. And are they going to start the game with some technical free throws? As Colbert misses the first of what I only assume is a technical. I don't understand what Pittsburgh would have got a technical for in warm-ups, but they did. And so Independence will start the game before the tip-off with a 1-point lead. And the ball after the technical, so there won't be an opening tip. But B&B Excavating got their live read anyway, so we're underway. Independence with the ball, leading 1-0 here in the top of the first. This is Smith with it. Lob pass over the top to Colbert. Cross-court pass to Lanning. Back out top to Smith as they're really exploring the perimeter. Colbert with it, and this is a guy who's open when he steps into the floor of the gym. Misses his opening shot. The rebound comes down to Meadows, and then Davis trips over the feet of a defender and is whistled for a travel. He didn't just fall down on his own. There should have been a foul there, and Coach Moss is wondering why the travel call and not a foul, along with everybody else who's ever watched basketball, but it'll turn over to Independence. So another chance for the Bulldogs. Smith with a long 3-point try off the back iron. Colbert with the rebound. Pass ends up in the hands of Lanning. He'll take a 3 and hits it. So Independence, a team that wants to shoot it from the outside, it's going to really stretch that Dragon defense out tonight. Davis handling up the floor. Dragons' first offensive possession, unless you count the tackle at midcourt that was called a travel. Now Davis with it at the elbow. Kicks it out to Zane Miller. Long 3 on the way for Miller. No good. Nothing but black jerseys under the bucket. And the rebound comes down to Spencer Crane. And quickly ahead to Colbert. Baseline, other end. Kicks it out. Work it around the perimeter. This is Lanning with it. Back to Colbert. Down low. Crane had an open look at it, but didn't go straight up with the shot. Defense was able to recover. Durden got over there, and now working it around the perimeter again are the Bulldogs. They'll throw it away. First turnover of the night for Independence. Davis with it into the defender. Layup no good. Put back no good for Durden, excuse me. And there's a held ball after the rebound. It'll stay with the Dragons. Quick thinking by Jamarcus Davis to get his hands on the ball as Colbert had it, but right under the Dragon bucket. So Pittsburgh with another shot at it offensively. Had a couple good looks at it. Miller will sit, and Landon Jesse into the game for the Dragons. Davis to inbound. Wanted to go over the top to Durden, but he was covered. Now he'll get it outside to Jesse. Fresh shot clock for the Dragons. Meadows down the lane, gives it up to Durden in the corner. Driving baseline. He's going to be fouled, and they're going to whistle this one, I believe, on Ian Martinez. And it will send Durden to the line for a pair. And it is on Martinez. That's his first, team first on the Bulldogs.
First team foul. At the line for the Purple Dragons, number 1, Danny Durden.
Durden's first free throw, no good off the back iron. But misses them both. Gets it back down the lane, and he's fouled again. Got this one on Kellen Lanning. That's his first. It's a non-shooting foul, so Landon Jesse will inbound for the Dragons on their baseline. And Independence comes away with it. Heston Smith gives it back up to Colbert out by the logo. Durden picks him up, which is strange. Martinez down low, and Durden too far from the bucket defensively that time for the Dragons. As you can tell, that Colbert gets a lot of attention, and Martinez ends up with an easy bucket. Dragons trailing at 6-0 here early. There's a turnover. Quickly back the other way is Crane. He has it stripped away. Navaratnam comes up with it for the Dragons. Ahead to Jesse. Over the top to Durden. And the lob is good. Danny Durden's first bucket. Pittsburgh on the board. The score 6-2. 5:28 to play first quarter. Trying to get it down low to Martinez. Tipped. Out of bounds. It'll stay with Independence. And they want Landon Jesse to tuck his shirt in. Guys are wardrobe sticklers. Over the top, Durden reaching for it, can't get it. They get it to Smith, top of the key. He'll pull up as the defenders run away from him. Badly missed. Rebound comes down to Jesse. And now Jamarcus Davis will handle it up the floor for the Dragons. Jesse thought about a three, now puts it on the floor, into the lane, fouled. This shot no good, but they're going to get Martinez with that one. Two quick ones on Ian Martinez. He's got 2 points and 2 fouls here in the first 3 minutes of the game. Martinez getting ready to sit. Cayman Sprague getting ready to check into the game. First shot is good for Jesse. Sprague in. Martinez will sit. Coach Brad Smith coaching him up on the way to his seat. Second shot on the way is good for Jesse. 2 points for Landon Jesse. Dragons cut the lead to 2. 5 minutes to play first quarter. Smith with it. Over to Lanning. Back around to Colbert. Get it down low. Back out to Lanning. His shot no good. Rebound Jesse. And here come the Dragons back the other way. Davis into the corner to Miller. Fake the shot. Layup no good for Zane Miller. Some contact there, but no call. And Colbert back the other way for Independence. He's going to throw it away. And less than sharp exchange there by the guards for Independence. And that'll give Pittsburgh the ball back. 4:34. Dragons trailing 6-4. About halfway through this first quarter. Davis gets the call in from Coach Moss. Malachi Meadows with it on the right wing. Up top now to Miller. Davis, long three, way over the mark. And the rebound comes down to Sprague. And ahead to Colbert. Comes up with a loose ball as it was poked away from from Smith. But it will stay with Independence. Last touch by Davis for the Dragons. Colbert with it now, out by the logo. This pass to Lanning was almost picked by Meadows. Free throw line for Crane. They'll just keep working around on the outside. Lanning driving, scoop layup, no good. Rebound Jesse. And here comes Davis for the Dragons. And he's going to be called for a carry as the ball got into his body. And the official right there to call that. Our officials for this boys game, Dan Shearling, Kenneth Bolt, and Craig Taylor. Kellen Lanning with it. Guarded by Davis, working it around, gives it up to Colbert. Colbert almost lost the dribble, gets it back, now gives it up to Heston Smith. Down the lane, reverse layup is rejected by Durden. Long outlet pass is picked off by Lanning, and those long outlet passes, you got to be careful, and they got to definitely be there. And under the bucket all alone was Sprague for a bucket. And the Dragons back down by 4, 8-4. I really dislike one-handed passes. And seen a few of those here so far tonight. Jesse gives it up to Navaratnam in by the free throw line, spinning, and they're going to whistle him for a travel. And Euro step denied. 2:54 to play, first quarter. Dragons trailing 8-4, and what has not been a high-scoring first quarter, especially not for Pittsburg. Crane with it, looking down low at the elbow with Jesse in front of him. Gives it up to Sprague, almost walked with it into the lane, kicks it back out for Lanning. His shot off the mark. Smallest guy on the floor gets the rebound, but the putback no good. Steals it away from Durden, who tried to dribble out of traffic, and you can't do that. Now Colbert has it stripped away, and it comes away to Jamarcus Davis, being pursued by two defenders. Out of bounds, last touch by Davis. And they didn't have the numbers, and Davis pushed the issue, and it ends up in a turnover for the Dragons. They're trailing at 8-4, 2:17 to play first quarter. Malachi Meadows takes a seat. So the five on the floor, Navaratnam, Davis, Miller, Jesse, and Durden. Smith handling up the floor for Independence. Near side for Lanning, back to Smith, round to Colbert, down to Crane on the blocks, working against Durden, kicks it back out to Smith. Colbert can't handle the pass, and that'll give it back to the Dragons. I have that as the third turnover of the night for Independence, and all of those turnovers have occurred outside the three-point line with the guards. Jamarcus Davis handling it up the floor for the Dragons, gives it up to Caden Navaratnam. He'll try a three off the back iron, close but no cigar. And they're going to have a foul on the rebound against Landon Jesse. I didn't see it, and I don't know how the official did from that angle, but Jesse's going to pick up the foul. So Crane to inbound on the far end. Heston Smith will handle it across the timeline as the Dragons not applying any pressure yet. Crane over to Colbert. Middle of the lane to Sprague. Shot on the way, no good. Rebound comes down to Lanning. Long outlet pass, and the Dragons not boxing out very well against the bigs of Independence. And there's a reach-in foul going to be whistled against Jamarcus Davis. And that's his first. Landon Jesse will sit. Malachi Meadows back into the game for the Dragons. I'm missing a foul somewhere for the Dragons. I'll figure it out later. Sprague to the bucket. A little scoop reverse layup is good. Sprague has 4 points, and Independence on top by 6, 10-4, with 1:10 to play first quarter. Meadows with it down low. Working, turnaround jumper off the mark. Rebound comes down to Lanning. Just not a good look by Malachi. Forced that one up, but really didn't have much of anywhere to go with it. Colbert just going to try a 3 and rattles it in. That's one of those guys, I said, he's open anywhere on the floor. You've got to keep a hand up in his face, and Dragons gave him a little too much room to operate that time. Miller with it, backs it out, picks up his dribble, gets it out to Durden. Now back to Davis. Jamarcus gives it up to Navaratnam, up top to Meadows, out to Miller. Thought about it, drives baseline, and he's going to get a charge called against him. Just didn't seem real certain what he wanted to do with the ball there. Just got to be, for the Dragons, more decisive with the ball. Some mental errors tonight as far as pushing it in transition when you don't have the numbers. Little things. They trail it by 9, 13-4. 10 seconds to play and counting. First quarter. Lanning with it at the elbow. Gives it up to Crane. Now out to Colbert. Into the lane. Elevates. Shot on the way is good. 6 points for Colbert. And a 11-point lead for Independence to end the first quarter. An anemic first quarter offensively for the Dragons as they scored just 4 points in 8 minutes of play. And they trail it 15-4 here after the first. We'll step away for a quick break, and we'll be back. You're watching Dragon Basketball on Pittsburgh Sports Live.
At GN Bank, we're your neighbor. We see you at the store. We cheer with you at the local football games, serving you with the same friendly faces you have come to know and trust. GN Bank, the best place to bank and borrow.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the Four-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
After one, Dragons trail it 15-4 to the Independence Bulldogs, and just points have been nary impossible to come by for the Dragons here in the first quarter of this game. See if they can get the offense going. Sprague with it at the elbow, looking around. Somebody needs to make sure they're on Colbert, and Sprague throws it away. And Independence has committed 4 turnovers at least. That's what I have, and they got to be blatant for me to get them. And the Dragons just haven't been able to capitalize on that, trying to do it here. Davis handling up the floor for Pittsburgh. Driving into Lanning off the glass, can't get the layup to go. Durden controls the rebound, though, for Pittsburgh. Out to Miller. He'll try a 3 and drills it. Zane Miller hits a big 3-point bucket and almost totals the Dragons scoring for the entire first quarter. They trail it by 8, 15-7. This is Smith with it, Lanning into the corner to Crane. Crane can still dribble, and he does. Then shovel passes it out to Smith. Now Sprague with it. Back out to Lanning. Thought about a 3, but Davis was there. Back out to Smith. Driving, elevates. Shot on the way. Tipped around. Long rebound tracked down by Jamarcus Davis, but he throws it away down the court. It's picked off by Crane. Colbert wide open in the corner. He'll take the 3, no good. Rebounded by Durden, and then he's fouled by Colbert. Colbert had a shot at that one. I think he thought he got it clean from Durden. The official disagrees. And that's his first team foul on Independence in the second quarter. Durden will sit. Landon Jesse into the game for the Dragons. And Miller will inbound from under the Independence bucket. Little three-quarter pressure being shown by Independence. They're going to probably run a half-court trap out of this. Davis, now they back off into a man defense. Jesse will try a three, in and out. Man, it was halfway down and came out. Bad luck for Landon Jesse. Quickly back the other way is Lanning. He'll give it up to Colbert with Zane Miller guarding him. Navaratnam comes out to help. Lanning steps into a three, no good. Rebound comes down to Smith. Dragons not boxing out. Down low to Lanning, working against Miller, and Miller gets the foul even though he took a forearm shiv under the bucket, but the official not calling that. Coach Moss wanting some sort of explanation on how that's not an offensive foul. And the official, Miller will sit. Durden back into the game. That's 2 fouls on Miller. Lanning at the line to shoot a pair. He's got 3 points on a 3-point bucket in the first quarter. This is his first trip to the stripe tonight. First shot on the way is good. I thought that was his first, must have been his second shot. And Meadows catches it too close to the end line. The pass high from Navaratnam, so Meadows had to go up and get it and comes down on the end line. That's a turnover for the Dragons. Smith with it over the top to Lanning. He almost lost it, gets it back, works into Navaratnam, shoves him in the chest. No call. Down low to Martinez. His shot no good. Blocked by Durden. Comes down to Davis. Quickly back the other way. Meadows with it, and he's fouled from behind by Martinez. That's his third. And Malachi will head to the line to shoot 2. Oh, no, they called that foul on Smith? All right. So Martinez still just with 2. That's Smith's first. And Meadows at the line to shoot a pair. Malachi off the mark on the first. Dragons 2 for 4 from the line tonight as a team. That's about their average, about 50% from the line as a team. Not a great free throw shooting percentage. Second shot from Meadows rolls around and down. Don't judge too soon now. Lanning with it for Independence. Out to Colbert, guarded by Navaratnam. Hands in there, broken up the pass intended for Martinez. Davis comes away with it. Jesse will try another three off the mark. Rebound comes down to Lanning. And there's a foul on the shot. I think they're going to get Jesse with this one. If they get Durden, it's a travesty of justice. There we go. That's Landon's second. And it's going to send Spencer Crane to the line to shoot a pair. It's his first trip to the line tonight. No good off the back iron. And Crane misses them both, but able to track down his own rebound after it was tipped out. Colbert with it. Now Lanning for 3, no good. Again, long rebound tipped out to Colbert. Stripped away, Lanning with it, and he's going to be fouled by Jesse, and that's going to be Landon's third. Foul starting to pile up against the bigs for the Dragons as Zane Miller getting set to check back in to replace Landon Jesse, and you get a little, maybe a little shooting and ball handling, but you lose some height and length, and the Dragons could use that as they're losing the rebounding battle here tonight as Lanning hits the first. And a shift change for Independence. Lanning made them both. Now the Dragons trailing it by 12. Pass ahead to Miller, and he's fouled. They're going to whistle this one on Brock Sanders, who just checked into the game, 6'2" senior forward. Dragons will have it. Miller trying to get it to Davis, and does. Davis picked up his dribble, gets it down low to Meadows. He's fouled and missed the layup. Man, Dragons having trouble with layups this year, and Meadows will head to the line to shoot 2. Malachi 1 of 2 from the stripe tonight. Hits the first. Gabe Cox getting set to check into the game. Second shot in and out for Meadows. Durden comes away with it. He's fouled on the putback. And now Danny will head to the line to shoot a pair. They got this foul on Brock Sanders. It's his second in under a minute out there on the floor. So Cayman Sprague getting set to check back into the game, likely to replace Sanders. And he does. Meadows will sit. Cox into the game for the Dragons. Second shot for Durden is no good. Cox picks up a foul on the rebound attempt. That's Dragons' 4th team foul. One more to give here in the next 4.5 minutes, or Independence will be shooting free throws. So Dragons not being very smart with the fouls tonight. Wide open look. Durden blocked it high above the square on the backboard. Danny went up and got it. Davis out to Navaratnam for 3. Off the mark. Rebound Zane Miller. Miller bounced past to Cox off the glass and good. Gabe Cox with his first bucket. Cuts the lead to 8. 4:10 to play first half. Dragons need a stop on the defensive end. Get back into this one. Colbert gives it up. This is Reese Rickenberger. Cross-court pass to Colbert. And a 2-point bucket by Colbert. Pushes the lead back to 10. Davis thought about a 3, now spins into the lane, working against Lanning, and good defense by Kellen Lanning to block that shot after the spin by Jamarcus Davis. They get it down low to Martinez. Off the glass and good. Good thing nobody fouled him down there. That's 4 points for Martinez. And the lead is 12, 24-12, 3:15 to play first half. Durden with it, gives it up to Davis. Jamarcus into the lane, working against Lanning, kicks it out to Navaratnam. Caden up off the glass, no good. Rebound Lanning. Colbert on the long outlet pass, thought about shooting it up, but instead dribbles out, slows it down for Independence. They get it down low to Martinez. He can't handle the pass. It comes away to Davis. Up, and Durden on the lob. Now Colbert will handle it up the floor for Independence, leading by 10, 24-14. 2:26 and counting to play first half. Martinez with it at the elbow. Gives it up to Lanning with Gabe Cox guarding him. Now Colbert down low to Martinez. He's got a big height advantage on Davis, and he just shoots it up over him. 6 points for Ian Martinez. And it's again a 12-point lead, 26-14 for Independence, under 2 minutes to play first half. Miller on the right wing, up top to Davis. He'll pull the trigger on a three off the mark. Rebound comes down to Sprague for Independence. Now Colbert with it. Lanning on the right wing. Sprague, 15-footer, no good. And they're going to whistle a foul on the rebound. And I don't know who. Looks like it's going to be against the Dragons. Foul's going to go against Cox. And both teams going to be shooting free throws on every foul from this point on for the next minute 33. Martinez at the line, I believe, for the first time tonight. Misses the first. Spencer Crane checking back into the game. He's going to replace Cayman Sprague. Meadows back into the game. Caden Navaratnam will sit. Just not the offensive performance tonight against Independence that they had last week against Coffeyville, and I think you credit the opponent for that. Martinez, second shot off the back iron, no good. Rebound Durden. Dragons coming back the other way. Davis at the logo with it across half court. Working against Lanning. Into the lane, he's fouled. No continuation for Jamarcus, but they're going to whistle Lanning for it. He doesn't think he fouled anybody. That's his second. But he's fortunate that it was called a foul because it was on the floor. So Davis doesn't get the continuation on the shot because he made the shot. But he does step to the line because the Dragons are in the bonus. Jamarcus' first trip to this free throw line tonight. He's scoreless here in this first half. Hits the first. Icebreaker. Lead down to 11. Corday Hayes into the game, replacing Gabe Cox. Hayes seeing his first action tonight. 1:21 to play first half. Dragons trailing it by 11, 26-15. Davis trying to cut it to 10 right here, and he does. And a lane violation against the Dragons. I don't even know how to score that. Colbert. Now this is Smith with it. Colbert down the lane, kicks it out. Ethan Small, three-point shot on the way, no good. Rebound comes down to Heston Smith. Now Sprague down the lane, can't get it to fall. Could the Dragons get a rebound? They're getting single-handedly out-rebounded by guys who are like 5'8". Spencer Crane comes up with the rebound, and he gets the bucket. 13-point lead for Independence. Dragons not doing a good job at all boxing out tonight. Zane Miller with the layup and the foul. Miller spinning to the bucket, gets it to fall. He's got 5 points, trying to complete a three-point play. The lead is 11 once again for Independence, 28-17 with 35.5 to play in the first half. Miller hits the free throw. He's got 6. The lead is 10. Can the Dragons get a defensive stop? Crane with it, gets it to Sprague, kicks it out. Now Colbert with it, way up top. Defense being called out by Coach Moss. They get it down to Sprague on the blocks, back up top. Now Colbert with it. Hayes almost stripped it away. Colbert into the lane, elevates, shot on the way is good. That guy could score anytime he wants, and that's going to do it for the first quarter. Dragons trailing by 12, 30-18. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be back with the GN Bank halftime show. You're watching Dragon Basketball on Pittsburgh Sports Live.
At At GN Bank, we're your neighbor. We see you at the store. We cheer with you at the local football games, serving you with the same friendly faces you have come to know and trust. GN Bank, the best place to bank and borrow.
Hold on. It's monstrous.
With Crawcan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
At Girard Medical Center, our physical and occupational therapy department is dedicated to helping you bounce back stronger. Whether you're recovering from an injury, surgery, or just want to move better every day. From student athletes to seniors, we provide personalized care and expert support right here at home. To learn more about our therapy department and our other services, visit GirardMedicalCenter.com, a proud supporter of the Girard Trojans and your hometown team for health and healing. Rooted in rural, focused on you.
From the phone call to the service call, Roto-Rooter is there with fast and reliable sewer and drain service. From repair and replacement to septic and grease trap pumping, Roto-Rooter is here for you. With video inspections, Roto-Rooter can identify the exact issue to get the repair done quickly and correctly. Complete sewer line repairs or replacements, Roto-Rooter has you covered. Serving Crawford, Bourbon, and Cherokee counties, Roto-Rooter, 620-231-5630.
When it comes to having your labs drawn, you have a choice of where to go. For 30 years, MagLab has focused on providing quality lab work that is accurate and timely. MagLab's walk-in service typically gets you in and out in under 5 minutes with same-day results. Locally owned and operated, MagLab takes most insurances, including Medicaid, and has historically had the lowest out-of-pocket prices. So when it comes to having labs drawn, don't be told where to go. Choose for yourself. Choose MagLab.
It's the rush. Every touchdown, basket, goal, or lap is filled with excitement. It's why we love the game. It's why we play the game. It's also why we bet on the game. The rush is why we need a plan. A plan to bet responsibly and not lose more than we can afford. Problem sports gambling can ruin the love we have for sports. So know when enough is enough. Know when the game is playing you. Contact 1-800-GAMBLER for help today.
Welcome back to Pittsburg High School at the half. The Independence Bulldogs lead the Dragons 30-18. This is the GN Bank halftime show brought to you by GN Bank, where they've been providing customers with the highest quality financial services in a friendly and personal way for more than 100 years. Whether it's personal, business, or agricultural needs, trust the team at GN Bank. Find out more at gn-bank.com. Let's take a look at some of the scoring totals for the first half. Our Eye on the Game brought to you by Kanar Eye Care. As we take a look back at the first half, Kanar Eye Care is here to make sure you can see what you're looking at. Kanar Eye Care, with locations in Pittsburg and Girard, is here to help their valued customers. Learn more at KanarEyeCare.com. All right, a pretty lackluster offensive first half for the Dragons, as they scored just 4 points in that first quarter and just 14 points over the rest of the first half. They trail it here at the break, 30-18. Dragons led in scoring by Zane Miller. He's got 6 points, all those coming in the second half. Next up, Danny Durden with 4 points. And then Landon Jesse, Malachi Meadows, and Gabe Cox with a bucket each. Jamarcus Davis, 1 of 2 from the free throw line. And that rounds out the scoring for the Dragons. For the Bulldogs, they're led in scoring by Javen Colbert. He has 10 points, 6 of those coming in the first quarter. Then a duo of Kellen Lanning and Ian Martinez with 6 points each. Cayman Sprague added 4, and Spencer Crane with a bucket to round out the scoring for Independence. Dragons trailing it by 12 here at the break. Their 4-game winning streak in severe jeopardy, and they need to turn things around in a big way in the second half, and it's an uphill battle. Independence playing a very good game here on the road. We'll see if the Dragons can bounce back here on the other side of the break. 5 minutes left till the second half begins. We'll step away. You're watching Dragon Basketball on Pittsburgh Sports Live.
Thanks to your support, Canara Eye Care has expanded. With double the space, they offer more exam rooms, larger optical selection, and extended hours to fit your schedule. And with the latest technology, they can quickly diagnose any eye-related issues. All patients are welcome at Canara Eye Care, the clear choice for your family's vision.
It's a bird.
It's a plane.
It's Chicken Annie's Girard. When you're facing a chicken emergency, there's only one hero. Catering and carry out from Chicken Annie's Girard. When an onion ring craving is too much to bear, when the family's coming over and you weren't aware, it's Chicken Annie's Girard to the rescue. When there's 20, 30, 100 to feed, you need Chicken Annie's Girard indeed. A heroic value, superb flavor. When there's a chicken emergency, there's only one hero. Chicken Annie's Girard.
Having the right financial partner can make all the difference. Community National Bank and Trust believes banking should do more than just hold your money. We support your goals, simplify your day-to-day, and give you room to grow with quality banking services. Withdraw, transfer, invest, apply for loans, and talk with our banking professionals online, over the phone, or in person. Let Community National Bank and Trust help you build a banking experience that works for you. Community National Bank and Trust, equal housing lender and member FDIC.
Whether you're trying to make the most of the next harvest, navigating a changing business landscape, or planning for the next chapter in your life, the professionals at Prime Accounting Solutions are here to help. With 10 locations, Prime Accounting offers convenient, friendly accounting and tax services at a fair price. Payroll, bookkeeping, business planning, personal tax filing, and more. And now Prime is the place to go for insurance. To find a location near you, go to primeaccounting.net.
I was raised in a small town, and there was a lot of people who took time to invest in me. And so when we decided to open up our offices, we want to make sure that we're pouring back into the community that's giving to us. We care. We want to be involved. We want to have a passion for what you have a passion for. We want to be able to give back. And that's the foundation. That's why we're more than just insurance.
Welcome back to Pittsburgh High. At the half, the Dragons trailing by 12 to the Independence Bulldogs, 30-18, in a first half where points were just very difficult to come by for the Purple Dragons. If you can't tell by the fact that their scoring total at the half is 18 points. I think the only game they had this season where they've scored less in the first half was against Webb City, and that was largely due to the press that Webb City applied relentlessly throughout that game. I believe there was a running clock at one point in the third quarter in that one. The Dragons just got away from them, and they're trying to keep that from happening here against Independence. And they've had their opportunities to miss some layups, had some open looks at threes, really have only been able to get one three-point bucket to fall in that first half. And Independence has been executing their offense pretty effectively, and they've been rebounding the basketball extremely well on the offensive end. And that's led to some second and third chance points. And that's why the Dragons trail it here by 12 at the break. That 4-game winning streak in jeopardy here tonight against Independence. Again, this is the final game before the holiday break for both of these teams. Dragons back in action January 6th on the road at Parsons. And that's no cakewalk. It's a tough place to win a basketball game. Independence back in action on the 6th, and they'll host Coffeyville, who the Dragons just played on Tuesday. Dragons will have the ball to start the second half. Trying to battle their way back into this game. And I don't know, for some reason the Dragons have looked sharper this year. I don't know if it's the opponents or what it is on the road than they have at home. And tonight, more of the same, as they just haven't looked super sharp here tonight against Independence. Durden with it to Meadows. Out to Navaratnam. He's going to pull the trigger on a three. In and out. Man, it's been that kind of night shooting the ball for the Dragons. Miller strips it away, and he's whistled for a foul. And Zane thought he got the ball clean. And he's going to pick up now Coach Moss is going to get a technical foul. For arguing that call. First free throw is good for Lanning on the technical. The lead is now 13. He missed the second. And it will be Bulldog ball. Craned inbound over on the far side. Smith with it. Give it up to Colbert. Lanning. Now back to Smith. Guarded by Navaratnam. Colbert with it. They're going to work it around the perimeter. Now Colbert goes to work against Davis. Step back three off the front iron. Long rebound controlled by Meadows. Coming the other way for the Dragons. Malachi fouled. Can't get the layup to fall. And the foul's going to go against Colbert. That's his second. And it will send Meadows to the line to shoot a pair. Meadows 2 for 4 from the stripe tonight. First shot rattles in. Meadows misses the second. So still 50% from the line is Meadows. That one thrown away. Colbert trying to get it to Martinez, but way too high. So they'll give it back to Pittsburg. 7:04 to play, third quarter. Dragons trailing 31-19. Zane Miller with it. On the outside, Colbert picks him up. Miller gets it out to Durden, drives baseline, now tries to get it back to Miller, can't handle the pass. Meadows traces it down. Miller's going to try a three, way off the mark. Rebound comes down to Smith, poked away from behind by Navaratnam, and it will stay with Independence. Landon Jesse checks into the game for the Dragons, replacing Miller. 6:40 to play. Dragons trailing 31-19 to Independence. A game where points have been very hard to come by. Meadows has had a couple of layups where he was fouled, but they were certainly makeable layups. Couldn't get them to fall. They've had a hard time shooting from beyond the arc, close to the bucket, mid-range, anywhere. And that shot no good by Smith. The ball's over the top of the backboard. That'll turn it over to the Dragons. So Independence is giving Pittsburgh some chances. The Dragons just can't get the ball to go in the bucket tonight. Navaratnam handling up the floor, being guarded by Crane. He'll give it up to Davis. Davis back to Caden. Back to Davis on the elbow. Kicks it out to Jesse. Back to Navaratnam. Back to Davis for three. In and out, no good. Rebound, Meadows. And they're going to whistle a foul on Lanning. He seems convinced that he's never committed a foul. That's how I used to be. I've never committed a foul in my life. I've gotten some bad calls, never committed a foul. I think that's Lanning's third, and it is. He'll sit. And Rickenberger back into the game for Independence. Davis to inbound, gets it in over the top to Durden at the elbow. Looking down low from Jesse, and it's off his hands out of bounds. So once again, Dragons have an opportunity off a miss and can't get any points on the offensive end. Now back to Independence. Still leading by the same margin, 31-19, 5:47 to play third quarter. They're going to whistle a foul on Davis. He should have been a held ball, but because of the awkward angle, I guess, Jamarcus got whistled for the foul. That's his second. Third team foul on Pittsburgh. They've only got one more before Independence is shooting free throws again. They get it down low to Martinez, working on Durden. Tried to draw a charge, and then Martinez is fouled by Landon Jesse on the putback. And don't expect to get any calls down there, guys. Don't. If you're Durden, you might as well stay upright. They whistled that one on Davis. I didn't see him in there. I figured that was Jesse, but it's going to be on Davis, and now Martinez at the free throw line to shoot two. First one is good. 7 points for Ian Martinez. And that's the first point in a long time. And he hits them both. So yeah, just 3 points in this third quarter for Independence, but just one lonely point for the Dragons. Navaratnam down the lane, misses the layup. Rebound comes down to Crane. Colbert with it, guarded by Navaratnam, tries to force a pass down low to Crane, and they're going to say it's Pittsburgh ball, last touched by Crane. He's looking at his coach like, I don't know about that. I also don't know about that, Spencer, but Dragons will take it. 5:14 to play third quarter, Pittsburgh trailing 33-19. Navaratnam with it, gives it up to Davis, thought about a three, working against Martinez, driving, gives it up to Danny Durden. He's fouled. And they should whistle that one against Reese Rickenberger. We'll see what they call, though. They called that against Colbert. That's his third. We'll take that. That's better than one on Rickenberger. Durden at the line to shoot a pair. Hits the first. Dragons trail it by 13, 33-20. Durden trying to cut it to 12 right here. And he does. 6 points for Danny Durden. And we're going to get a sub into the game, so they're going to stop the play. Colbert's going to sit. And Kamen Sprague into the game for Independence. Colbert doesn't sit very often. He's going to get a breather here. Smith handling up the floor against Navaratnam. Give it up to Crane. Working off a pick from Martinez. Over the top to Smith, down the lane to Sprague, off the glass and good. Good job by Independence to take advantage of the half-court trap by the Dragons. Lob pass to Durden. He didn't come down with the ball. I don't see how that's out of bounds. Was he out of bounds when he jumped? Not possible. Don't understand that call. Heston Smith will handle it up the floor for Independence. 4:28 to play third quarter. Dragons trailing at 35-21. Sprague gives it up to Crane, and Navaratnam right there to disrupt that. They're going to say last touched by Navaratnam, and he'll stay with Independence. This guy should not be reffing. Coach Moss telling him don't talk to the official and don't listen to anything anybody's saying over there either. There's a moving screen, not called. And that pass picked off by Durden. Ahead to Meadows. He's fouled. The shot is good. And the continuation. Small was down there and did everything he could to try and prevent Meadows from getting that shot off, and an athletic play by Malachi to throw it up while he was on his way down to the floor. And that shot is good. And the continuation for Meadows. Free throw rattles off, and Crane with the rebound for Independence. No three-point play that time. Dragons trailing it by 12, 35-23, 3:50 to play, third quarter. And a double dribble going to be called. He tried to call a 30-second timeout. They're going to give it to Independence's coach. This near side official is like the lawyer for Independence's head coach. Goes out there and makes that argument. Coach Moss doesn't like it. Nobody likes it. And, yeah. That doesn't make any sense at all. And it should be Dragon ball. I don't see how you give a 30-second timeout over here to a play that's going on the other side of the floor, and it's a bang-bang play. There's not enough time to get a timeout in there. Coach Moss doesn't like it. Nobody who knows the rules of basketball would like that, but here we go. And it's going to be Independence ball over on the far side. 3:48 to play, third quarter. Dragons trailing by 12, 35-23. Sprague with it, free throw line, working against Durden, off the glass and good. Nice move by Kamen Sprague. He's got 8 points. Navaratnam answers back on the other end with a 3. And there's a timeout on the floor, a 30-second timeout. We'll keep it right here. 3:27 to play, third quarter. Dragons trailing by 11, 37-26. Dragons have not gotten the benefit of many calls here tonight, but can't really blame officiating for the score. They just haven't gotten shots to fall. And that's the main difference tonight for Pittsburgh. There's an inbounds pass picked off. Davis, layup is good. And a quick timeout by Coach Smith for Independence. And the Dragons are fired up coming over to their huddle, and it's the most energy we've seen out of the team all night. 3:22 to play, third quarter. The lead is 9, 37-28. Dragons trailing Independence. And it's a full timeout. We'll take it as well. You're watching Dragon Basketball on Pittsburgh Sports Live.
Having the right financial partner can make all the difference. Community National Bank and Trust believes banking should do more than just hold your money. We support your goals, simplify your day-to-day, and give you room to grow with quality banking services. Withdraw, transfer, invest, apply for loans, and talk with our banking professionals online, over the phone, or in person. Let Community National Bank and Trust help you build a banking experience that works for you. Community National Bank and Trust, equal housing lender and member FDIC.
Welcome back to Pittsburgh High. 3:22 to play, third quarter. Dragons trailing it by 9. It's the closest they've been in a while to the Independence Bulldogs. Big turnover right before the break led to a easy transition layup for Jamarcus Davis to draw the lead down to 9. That pass deflected out of bounds. Lanning will inbound from in front of the Independence bench. He gets it into Colbert, working against Malachi Meadows. Now down to Spencer Crane on the elbow, working against Jesse. And they're going to whistle a foul down low on Zane Miller, who, man, I hope he didn't park on a line tonight. He can't get away with anything. That's his 4th. And that's going to send Lanning to the line. Shoot some free throws, and Lanning misses the first. Navaratnam check into the game along with Gabe Cox. Miller will sit with 4 fouls. Landon Jesse sits as well for the Dragons. Lanning set to take his second, and it's good. Don't imagine that he misses too many free throws. He's 4 for 6 from the line tonight. Davis working into the lane against Sprague, and he's fouled. Sprague just having a hard time keeping up with the speed of Davis on the drive. That's just his first foul. And it will send Davis to the line to shoot 2. Jamarcus 1 of 2 from the stripe tonight. He's got 3 points after scoring 20 against Coffeyville on Tuesday night. Off the front iron. Free throws are a problem for this Pittsburgh team, and you count up the misses tonight, and this will be a much closer game. But it's hard to hit all of your free throws, no matter what team you are. He goes 1 of 2 from the line there. Tipped away, but the Dragons can't get the loose ball, and it's kicked out of bounds. It'll stay with Independence. Inbounds pass deflected by Navaratnam, but it ends up right in the hands of Crane, but he walked with it. And that'll give it up to Pittsburgh. 2:40 to play, 3rd quarter. Dragons trailing by 9. Trying to dig into this Independence lead. Davis with it, gives it up to Navaratnam, and he traveled with it. He was on 1 foot and took a little hop, and that's all it takes. And no reason for that. There's no defender there. It's just 2 guys out in the open floor, and passing mishap, and Dragons turn it right back over to Independence. It's hard to break into a 9-point lead when you're turning the ball over. Corday Hayes guarding Smith. Lots of collisions outside. It'll stay with Independence. Lanning to inbound from the corner. Throws it into the backcourt for Colbert. Guarded by Meadows. There's a carry. Got away with it. Down the lane, off the glass. They're going to whistle Meadows with a foul on the floor. That's a rough call against Malachi. That's just Meadows' first. He'll send Colbert to the line for a couple free throws. He's 1 of 2 from the stripe. Make that 2 of 3. Cox into the game, replacing Corday Hayes. Second shot, no good. Rebound Davis. Here come the Dragons, trailing by 10. 2:08 to play, 3rd quarter. Navaratnam down low to Cox. Ball fake, shot no good, within a foot of the bucket. Rebound comes down to Lanning. That's disappointing. He had a real good look at it. Crane with it, over to Sprague. He'll give it up to Lanning, working against Navaratnam. Back to Crane, down the lane, little floater, no good. Gets his own rebound. Back out to Smith, now Lanning with it. Down low to Crane once again. Ball fake gets Durden off his feet, but he can't hit the layup. And now Durden comes away with it. Into the lane, kicks it over to Cox, back to Davis. Into the lane goes Jamarcus, and he's fouled. They're going to whistle Lanning with this one. Yeah, every foul he commits, he looks amazed that they got the call. He's got a career in theater, I think. I mean, he's a good basketball player, but, you know, when in the fall, Davis's first free throw is good. Nine-point lead. Dragons really haven't been able to get it under 9 here in this second half. Minute 24 to play third quarter, trailing at 39-30. Davis trying to cut the lead to 8 right here, and he does. 5 points in this third quarter for Jamarcus Davis after just 1 point in the first half. He's got 6 tonight. Smith thought about it, now gives it up to Sprague. Working down the lane, picks up his dribble. Looking for somewhere to go with it. And he's got a 3-second violation in the lane. And that'll give it back to the Dragons. Minute 7 to play third quarter. Trailing by 8. Chance to cut it to 5, maybe 6 on this possession if they come away with some points. Navaratnam with it, driving into Sprague, ball fakes, and throws it at the feet of Meadows and out of bounds. Independence with it now, under a minute left to play, leading by 8. Sprague with it on the baseline. His shot blocked by Durden, and it's going to be Independence ball out of bounds. Sprague will get it again on the inbounds pass out to Colbert, guarded by Meadows. Colbert down the lane, off the glass, no good. Rebound Martinez, his shot blocked by Durden, and they're going to whistle a foul. They called it on Hayes, not on Durden. That's Hayes' first. Martinez, first free throw, rattles in. All 3 of his points in the second half have come at the free throw line. And the lead is back to 9 for Independence with 31 seconds and change left to play in this third quarter. He hits it. 4 for 4 from the stripe in this third quarter is Ian Martinez. He's 4 of 6 from for the night. From the free throw line, it's back to a 10-point lead. Navaratnam for 3, hits it. And the lead back down to 7. Dragons trailing at 41-34. 12 seconds, Colbert with it. Can the Dragons get the ball out of his hands? They do. Now you got to get it out of Martinez's hands. Shot on the way from Smith, no good. Rebound, Davis, and his shot doesn't beat the buzzer. After 3, Dragons trail it by 7, 41-34. We'll take a quick break and we'll be back. You're watching Dragon Basketball on Pittsburgh Sports Live.
At Girard Medical Center, our physical and occupational therapy department is dedicated to helping you bounce back stronger. Whether you're recovering from an injury, surgery, or just want to move better every day. From student athletes to seniors, we provide personalized care and expert support right here at home. To learn more about our therapy department and our other services, visit GirardMedicalCenter.com, a proud supporter of the Girard Trojans and your hometown team for health and healing. Rooted in rural, focused on you.
Having the right financial partner can make all the difference. Community National Bank and Trust believes banking should do more than just hold your money. We support your goals, simplify your day-to-day, and give you room to grow with quality banking services. Withdraw, transfer, invest, apply for loans, and talk with our banking professionals online, over the phone, or in person. Let Community National Bank and Trust help you build a banking experience that works for you. Community National Bank and Trust, equal housing lender and member FDIC.
Welcome back to Pittsburg High School. 1 quarter left to play. Dragons trailing it by 7, 41-34 to the Independence Bulldogs. In the third quarter, Dragons able to make up a little bit of ground. They got to get some big plays, some stops, and some scores here in this fourth quarter. Get back into this one. Some outside shooting from Caden Navaratnam in that third quarter helped them out. See if they can get more outside shots to fall in this final period. Sprague kicks it out to Colbert, open for 3, nothing. And out of bounds, Dragon ball. And Sprague is usually a lights out shooter. That shot was a statistical outlier, an aberration, if you will. But the Dragons will take it. Durden with it. And an offensive foul against the Dragons. Didn't see it. Let's see who it's whistled against. Caden Navaratnam. I think that's his first. Yep. Comes at a bad time for Navaratnam. Gives the ball right back to Independence after the Dragons got a stop, had a chance to chip into this lead, but mental mistakes on the offensive end tonight for Pittsburg. And they're going to whistle a foul against Meadows, reaching in on Sprague. Thought he had a chance at a steal. He really committed. Second personal on Meadows, second team foul on the Dragons here in this fourth quarter. And man, you got to keep Independence off the free throw line. They've shot it pretty well as a team tonight from the stripe. You want to make them work for it. Sprague kicks it down low to Martinez. There's an easy look as everybody shifted towards Sprague and just left Martinez wide open under the bucket. And the lead is back to 9. Meadows with it. Davis down the lane working against Colbert. Now out to Navaratnam. Straight away 3 for Caden, no good. And the long rebound as it was poked away from behind by Durden, but he will stay with Independence. 6:33 to play in the game. Dragons trailing it 43-34. Crane inbounds from in front of the scorer's table. We're back underway. Smith working against Meadows. Gives it up to Colbert. They get it down low to Martinez, working against Durden. A little hook shot from Martinez won't go, but Crane, smallest guy on the team, right there for the rebound and the putback. Blocking foul going to be called against Colbert. He didn't have his feet set, but there was a bit of a, you can see why the Independence fans aren't necessarily happy with that call, but Colbert will pick up the foul. That's his 4th, I believe, yes. Man, I'd keep going right at that guy if I'm Pittsburgh. Try and get that final foul, but Coach Smith going to protect him as he heads for the bench. And Reese Rickenberger back in the game for Independence. And if you're the Dragons, you want to try and make a run right here with Colbert on the bench. Zane Miller, he'll take a 3 off the back iron. Long rebound comes down to Smith for Independence. And he's fouled quickly by Malachi Meadows. That's going to be the 3rd team foul on the Dragons, and Meadows is gambling a lot, going for the steal here in this third quarter, or in fourth quarter, and he's been whistled twice here early for reach fouls. Here he is working against Smith. Now Rickenberger with it, back to Smith in the corner. If you're Independence, you don't have to do anything real quick. Sprague with it, back out to Rickenberger, back to Sprague. Up top to Smith, trying to get it down low to Martinez, and they do. Dragons trying to tie him up. Sprague walked with it, and that'll give it back to the Dragons. Durden back into the game along with Landon Jesse. Ryder Arnett will sit. He saw some brief action, and Meadows will sit as well for the Dragons. So the 5 on the floor right now for Pittsburgh are Davis, Miller, Durden, Navaratnam, and Jesse. Davis will try a 3. Hits it, and the foul going to be called against Rickenberger. And Jamarcus Davis with a chance for the elusive 4-point play. That's his first bucket of the second half. Dragons call a 30-second timeout. We'll keep it right here. 5:20 to play in the game. Dragons trailing by 8. A chance to cut it to 7 on the free throw from Davis, but they haven't been able to get closer than 7 in this second half to Independence. But man, what a shot, and Davis felt the contact, sold it by going to the floor. And we talked about a theater career for Lanning. Maybe Jamarcus Davis has a flair for the dramatic arts as well. Dragons trying to maintain a 4-game winning streak that started last week at the Trinity Academy tournament, where they defeated Wamego, Cimarron, and Trinity Academy respectively. Then Tuesday night, a 20-something point win over Coffeyville on the road for their first league win. And they're trying to keep it going here tonight, but an uphill battle against a very good team from Independence who have come to play here tonight on the road. Davis at the line trying to complete a 4-point play. And he does. More of that. Dragons need more of that. Full court pressure being applied by the Dragons. Crane with it, gives it up to Rickenberger. Now back to Smith, working against Navaratnam. Sprague with it. Into the middle of the lane to Crane. Wide open shot for Smith for 3. No good. Long rebound. Was touched by Navaratnam, then saved in by Sprague. He could have let it just go, and Independence would have kept possession. Instead, he saved it inbounds right to Zane Miller. Open for 3 is Davis. He drains it. And Jamarcus feeling it. The lead down to 4. And guess who's checking back in? Colbert and Lanning. And there's a travel. And that'll give it back to the Dragons with a chance to cut into this 4-point lead. 4:42 to play in the game. Dragons trailing 45-41. Meadows into the game as well, replacing Zane Miller. So your 5 on the floor for the Dragons right now. Meadows, Davis, Navaratnam, Jesse, and Durden. Davis outside, shoots over Martinez, high off the back iron. Rebound comes down to Lanning, loses it, and Colbert loses it out of bounds. It should be Dragon basketball, and it is. Some bodies hitting the floor down on this end. Lanning wanted a foul. He's checking for blood. There's no blood, so. Now Navaratnam with it off the inbound. Caden working against Smith, gives it up to Davis at the elbow. Jamarcus spinning into the lane, kicks into the corner to Jesse. Back out to Davis. He'll take another 3. In and out. Tipped around. Rebound comes down to Crane. He loses it. Now Colbert with it. A pass ahead to Smith. Dragons need to get back defensively. Lanning with it. And he'll back it out. Independence does not need to hurry. Up top to Lanning, down the lane, steps through. Layup won't fall. Martinez can't control the rebound. It's Dragon ball. They've had lots of chances. Can they get some points here? And if you're the Dragons, you kind of got to work quick at this point. Well, not too quick. You're only down by 4. Plenty of time left on the clock. 3:44 to play. Dragons trailing 45-41. It's the closest they've been since the first quarter. Navaratnam for 3 off the back iron. No good. Rebound bounced around, comes down to Crane. He's battling for it. Gives it up to Lanning, and he's fouled on the outside by Navaratnam. And that's Caden's second. But it could be, nope, it's just the 4th team foul on the Dragons. Only one more. And the next foul will start sending Independence to the free throw line. And if you're the Dragons, that's not necessarily what you want, although it does stop the clock. Colbert with it, working against Meadows. Looks for a screen from Martinez, now out to Lanning. Back to Colbert, he'll take the three, Davis in his face, but Colbert drills it. And ice water in his veins as he's answering back. Now a 7-point lead once again for Independence. Davis into the lane. Shot rolls around, won't go. Gets his own rebound, can't buy a foul as he's blocked from behind by Colbert. Quickly ahead to Martinez. His layup is good. Long pass ahead to Navaratnam, tipped out of bounds by Smith. It'll stay with the Dragons. Things reaching a frenetic pace here down the stretch. It's Pittsburgh making a run at it. Got to make good decisions with the basketball here and then play good defense. Down in the middle to Davis. He's hacked. No foul call. You're not going to get one from that guy. And it's going to be a held ball. It'll stay with the Dragons. Davis to inbound from the baseline, over the top to Durden. Meadows with it, back to Davis. Thought about a three, now he'll take it. Off the mark. Lanning with it, back to Colbert. And now the Dragons got to get a stop and then work quickly. Independence can afford to hang on to the ball a little bit. Crane with it, his shot over Jesse, no good, but Lanning right there for the rebound for Independence. And here we go with the second chance shots. Dragons haven't rebounded the ball well tonight on the defensive end, and it just cost them right there. Durden working against Colbert. Drives down the lane, kicks out to Smith. Back into the corner to Colbert. Thought about a three, and he's going to step on the foot of Durden, and Danny's called with a foul. That's Durden's first, but it's going to send Colbert to the line to shoot a pair, as that's the 5th team foul on the Dragons. Now Independence in the bonus. Stops the clock with 1:59 to play, fourth quarter. Dragons trailing it by 9. They got it down to 4, but since then Independence has answered right back. And yeah, well, first shot is good for Colbert. Heck of a player. Heck of a player. Coach Moss told me after the Coffeyville game in our post-game interview that this kid was considered by some to be the best player in the SEK, and he showed it tonight. He's hasn't been just a one-man show, but he's certainly made shots when they've needed them. There's a timeout on the floor, full timeout. We'll take it as well. 1:54 to play. Dragons trailing by 10, 51-41. You're watching Dragon basketball on Pittsburgh Sports Live.
When it comes to having your labs drawn, you have a choice of where to go. For 30 years, MagLab has focused on providing quality lab work that is accurate and timely. MagLab's walk-in service typically gets you in and out in under 5 minutes with same-day results. Locally owned and operated, MagLab takes most insurances, including Medicaid, and has historically had the lowest out-of-pocket prices. So when it comes to having labs drawn, don't be told where to go. Choose for yourself. Choose MagLab.
Our whole vision of becoming the 4-state agency was because we want to be able to grow with our clients, whether they have a lake house in Oklahoma, whether they're starting a business and expanding into Arkansas. We want to make sure that they're taken care of, whether it's home, auto, financial services, or even life insurance. We want to walk through the stages of life with our clients. That's the biggest part. That's what makes us different.
Welcome back to Pittsburgh High School. 1:54 to play. Dragons trailing by 10. They got the Independence lead down to as little as 4, but just haven't been able to close the gap. And it's a strange foul call. And they whistled that one, I think, against Smith. Yeah. It's his third team foul, and then Dragons will inbound from the baseline. Malachi Meadows to throw it in. And the pass too high for Davis. There's a turnover to Lanning. Went for the dunk. Almost got it, but he was fouled from behind by Davis, who wasn't going to give it up that easy. And that should be 4 on Jamarcus Davis, and it is. Minute 39 to play. 10-point lead for Independence, and Kellen Lanning looking to add to it right here. Oh, off the back iron. That's the first. Hits the second. Davis handling up the floor for the Dragons. Time running under a minute 34 to play. Working into Crane. Gives it up to Meadows. Over to Navaratnam down the lane. And it's not a good pass to Danny Durden. Throwing it at his feet again. And a timeout called by Coach Brad Smith for Independence. And it's a 30-second timeout. We'll keep it right here. A minute 23 to play. Dragons trailing it by 11, 52-41. And I think when this one's over with, barring a miraculous comeback by the Dragons here in the next minute 23, you look at this game on film and you think, man, that's one we could have won. And there are they had so many opportunities. Independence gave the ball up, turned it over, threw it out of bounds, missed shots, whatever. And the Dragons had their chances and just could not convert when they needed to on the offensive end, and couldn't get the crucial stops defensively. And I guess you could say that for any game you lose in basketball. You don't score enough and you don't keep them from scoring enough. But really, you could point to about maybe 10 possessions tonight where Independence turned it over, gave the Dragons the ball back. We came down and couldn't do anything with it. And that's the story of the game. Or we really needed to stop, and they ended up with an open layup. And other than that, I mean, this is one that the Dragons look at and think they could have won. And they're going to get another shot at Independence, but it's going to be on the road. But so far this season, the Dragons have honestly looked better on the road than they have here at home. Smith with it, gives it up to Colbert, and he's fouled by Navaratnam. And he's going to head to the line to shoot 2. That should be 3 on Caden, and it is. And Colbert will head back to the line to shoot a pair. Colbert 3 of 5 from the line tonight, make that 4 of 6. Colbert hits them both. When you talk about a good player, it's not just athletic ability, it's not just shooting, it's making plays when your team needs them, and Colbert's done that tonight. There's a foul called on Crane as he gets tangled up with Davis. That's his first, if you believe in that sort of thing. And now Caden Navaratnam to throw it in for the Dragons from the far side. Jesse open for 3 and drills it. Crane hit the floor. I didn't see, did he run into a screen? I didn't see what happened, but he hit the floor pretty hard. And now Coach Brad Smith letting the officials hear about it. No technical on him, though. .6 to play. Dragons trailing by 10. It may take some divine intervention for them to pull this one out. I haven't seen any of that lately. Crane looks to be okay after hitting the floor. That's good news. He's going to stay out on the floor. Now Crane will inbound from the baseline. Gets it into Smith up the floor, who's fouled by Navaratnam. That's Caden's fourth. Stops the clock with 54 seconds to play. And it's not, Dragons are trading fouls on the floor, like non-shooting fouls, but they're over the limit, so every time they do it, Independence shoots free throws. Every time Independence fouls the Dragons on the floor, it's just an inbounds play. And so adding to the lead is Smith hits both free throws. Davis into the lane, kicks it over to Meadows, passes up a three, drives baseline, and he gets the bucket and the foul on Crane. Chance for the old-fashioned three-point play here for Malachi Meadows, but if he can do it, it'll cut the lead back down to single digits. Off the front iron, long rebound chased down by Landon Jesse, out to Navaratnam for three, and it's good. So 6-point swing that time by the Dragons. And they trail it by 7 with 36.2 left to play. And I believe it's a full timeout. And they have a timeout left is what the scorer's table just told them. 36.2 left to play. Dragons trailing it by 7. They've trailed by as many as 10. At one point in time, they cut the Independence lead in this second half down to 4, but the Bulldogs able to build it back up to 11 or 12. Thanks, Zach. And now the Dragons have it back down to 7. Crane looking to inbound it, gets it into Smith, ahead to Lanning, and Independence, he's fouled by Jamarcus Davis. I think Jamarcus just fouled out. So Davis fouls out. He'll be replaced by Zane Miller. And Davis really had a flurry in this fourth quarter to try and get the Dragons back into it, including a 4-point play where he was fouled on a 3-point shot that he made. Lanning's first free throw off the mark. Just 29.2 seconds left to play in this one. Independence looks like they're going to get out of here with the win as Lanning hits the second. But the Dragons gave him a run here in this second half. Jesse with it. Now Navaratnam for 3 off the back iron, no good. Rebound, Colbert. And if Caden had followed his shot, he might have got that long rebound. But instead, Colbert's going to dribble it out for Independence. Dragons calling off the Dogs. And that's going to do it. Independence snaps the Dragons' 4-game winning streak. Independence will improve to 4-2 on the season. The Dragons fall to 4-4. And that's going to do it for tonight's game, 56-49, your final score, as the Dragons fall by 7. We'll take a quick break, come back with the post-game show. You're watching Dragon Basketball on Pittsburgh Sports Live.
Whether you're trying to make the most of the next harvest, navigating a changing business landscape, or planning for the next chapter in your life, the professionals at Prime Accounting Solutions are here to help. With 10 locations, Prime Accounting offers convenient, friendly accounting and tax services at a fair price. Payroll, bookkeeping, business planning, personal tax filing, and more. And now Prime is the place to go for insurance. To find a location near you, go to primeaccounting.net.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the Four-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
Selling equipment can be a hassle. Whether you're needing to replace an old tractor or you're finally getting to retire, the time and energy needed to clean, prep, promote, and sell seems daunting. That's why you need Tyler Jackman and Big Iron Auctions. From one piece to the whole farm, Big Iron Auctions can deliver your items to more than 750,000 registered bidders. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115 or learn more at bigironauctions.com. From the phone call to the service call, Roto-Rooter is there with fast and reliable sewer and drain service. From repair and replacement to septic and grease trap pumping, Roto-Rooter is here for you. With video inspections, Roto-Rooter can identify the exact issue to get the repair done quickly and correctly. Complete sewer line repairs or replacements, Roto-Rooter has you covered. Serving Crawford, Bourbon, and Cherokee counties, Roto-Rooter, 620-231-5630.
Nothing says luxury like a Lincoln. Take advantage of 0% financing for 66 months right now on the all-new Lincoln Navigator. Come see us today at Mike Carpino Family of Ford Lincoln Dealerships, Columbus, Parsons, Pittsburgh.
It's the rush. Every touchdown, basket, goal, or lap is filled with excitement. It's why we love the game. It's why we play the game. It's also why we bet on the game. The rush is why we need a plan to bet responsibly and not lose more than we can afford. Problem sports gambling can ruin the love we have for sports. So know when enough is enough. Know when the game is playing you. Contact 1-800-GAMBLER for help today.
Having the right financial partner can make all the difference. Community National Bank and Trust believes banking should do more than just hold your money. We support your goals, simplify your day-to-day, and give you room to grow with quality banking services. Withdraw, transfer, invest, apply for loans, and talk with our banking professionals online, over the phone, or in person. Let Community National Bank and Trust help you build a banking experience that works for you. Community National Bank and Trust, equal housing lender and member FDIC.
Chicken Annie's of Girard is something to crow about. Their family-style restaurant continues a Southeast Kansas tradition with their specialty fried chicken, plus famous homemade onion rings, chicken and noodles, and so much more. And of course, their delicious homemade pies. Dine in or carry out available. Chicken Annie's of Girard has the best value, flavor, and service in the area. Stop in soon or call for catering. 620-724-4090.
You've heard go big or go home. At Big Iron Auctions, you can go big from home. With thousands of pieces of equipment, active auctions, bidding at your convenience, and an easy-to-use site, BigIronAuctions.com can help you grow big. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115 to see how Big Iron Auctions can help grow your operation. Bid now, list now at BigIronAuctions.com.
Welcome back to Pittsburg High. Looks like our video has frozen up again, but the game's over. There's nothing to see, so it's all good. We're just going to roll with it. That's what we do. Dragons fall tonight, both boys and girls. The girls drop a 49-45 decision to Independence. They came back but couldn't close the gap. The boys fall 56-49 to Independence, and it snaps a 4-game winning streak for the Dragons. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of these scoring totals before we get out of here. First, for Independence, they're led in scoring by Javen Colbert, and those folks who said he might be the best player in the SEK, he looked like it tonight. 17 points for Colbert. Ian Martinez had 14. Kellen Lanning with 10. 6 of those coming in the first half, and then these 4 points in the second half all came from the free throw line. And then Cayman Sprague finished with 8. And Spencer Crane and Heston Smith with a bucket each to round out the scoring for Independence. For the Dragons, they're led in scoring by Jamarcus Davis, who finished with 13. He was the only Dragon in double figures tonight. Didn't get a whole lot of help. Caden Navaratnam had 9. Danny Durden with 6. And Landon Jesse with 5. Malachi Meadows finished with 7 for the Dragons. And the Dragons fall to 4-4 on the year. And they're back in action coming up January 6th when both the boys and the girls in action on the road in Parsons. And we'll have that for you here on Pittsburgh Sports Live. Girls tip at 6 o'clock, pregame 5:30. Boys to follow around about 7 o'clock as the Dragons try and bounce back and pick up another SEK League win. But we all know that Parsons is not an easy place to go get a win. It's a tough environment, and they usually have a tough team to go along with it. And Dragons are going to have to play good basketball on the other side of the Christmas break. But for now, these guys and girls can go celebrate the holidays with their families, put basketball a little bit on the back burner, and celebrate what's really important in life, and then get back to basketball after the new year. And we'll see you in Parsons on January 6th. Coach Moss still in talking to his team. It's been a long night. I think we're going to let him off the hook on the post-game interview and put a bow on this one from here in Pittsburgh. For Zach Boswell, I'm Josh Lettner saying thanks for joining us. You've been watching Dragon Basketball on Pittsburgh Sports Live.
From the gridiron to the hardcourt, the pitch to the mat, don't miss any of the action. We're there with live, local sports coverage at VarsitySportsLive.com.